To the second part of our symposium. As I mentioned to you yesterday, we have the pleasure to have here our rector, Professor Sabina Nuti, who will give a short welcome. So, thank you, Sabina, for being here and to find time.
So good morning to everybody, and thank you for inviting me to welcome you all to Scuola Sant'Anna and to this fantastic workshop. When I had the chance to read the program, I thought, really, Sant'Anna School, it's incredible, because it has so much innovation and capacity to put together different fields and different topics. And this is really a beautiful example. When I started my mandate in 2019, one of the main goals for these 6 years, I'm nearly at the end, I'm very happy about it, was interdisciplinarity and being able to build bridges and networks with national and international institutions. And I think that this type of workshop today is a perfect example of what I wanted to achieve when I started my work as a rector. So thank you to Professor Pe and to the researcher Ginevra that had this beautiful idea to put in place an opportunity to discuss with different perspectives, with different languages. Yes, I understand we speak about prehistory, but look, I really think that to be able to face with national and international challenges that we have in our society, we need to learn how to speak from different perspectives. And this is a very good example. We need to get out to our comfort zone, where we know everything about our topic, and be able to have an open mind and to look out of the box and be able to discuss with other colleagues from other sectors. Science needs this, I think, for the future. And I think the Scuola Sant'Anna has on one side the honor, but also the goal to open the way in this new way of building science for the future. So thank you to Professor Pe that had this beautiful idea, and thank you for organizing this meeting in these 2 days of October. Why? Because there are special days for us and for Professor Pe. I think that most of you know that this is the last day of Professor Pe in the school. And here comes out the piece of heart for me, because Professor Pe has been a fantastic person in Scuola Sant'Anna, and I really had the opportunity to work close to him in different type of roles. He has been Dean at Scuola Sant'Anna. He has been part of the Senate, and we had the opportunity to discuss day by day a lot of important issues for the future of the school. And I know he really did a fantastic work for the school as an institution, for his research group, and for the students. He has been a dean, and being a dean for Scuola Sant'Anna means that he had the opportunity to take care about the undergraduate students of experimental science, one by one. And our students are complicated students. They need a lot of care. They live here 25 hours a day. They sleep here, and they are out of their family. So they're very brilliant. They do a very good job in studying, but they are also young person looking for their future, trying to understand what is best for them, what they should do. And so they need hours and hours of meetings. And Professor Pe has always been available. And so students could go and knock at his door and find good ears to listen, to help, to support. So thank you for this incredible job that he was able to carry out together with a fantastic scientific role. And so thank you also to the family. Why? I'm looking his wife, because I know I've worked for 15 years in Bocconi University before I came to Scuola Sant'Anna, and I did up and down Pisa-Milano for 15 years, and I know what does it mean, you know, to go up and down and to be here every time we needed him. And so thanks to the family that allowed this, you know, and helped him to carry out his role as a professor of Scuola Sant'Anna in a perfect way. So thank you, Enrico. This is, for me, it's a particular day because I can't think about the Scuola without Professor Enrico Pe. So I hope you will be part of our scientific group and you won't leave alone Matteo Dell'Acqua and all your group. We need you, so I hope the collaboration will continue. There's still a lot to do in all the different fields of Scuola Sant'Anna and not just of Scuola Sant'Anna. And so forgive me if I got a little bit of time in this meeting to thank him, but I think this is the message from all our community, from all the other professors that are not here today. And so thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you have done in these nearly 20 years of collaboration here at Scuola Sant'Anna. An applause, I think he deserves it. So I'll come back at the end of the morning, so when we'll have, I think, a moment for lunch, and so perhaps we can have also a brindisi together. Thank you and have a very good day.
So Eske, it's your turn now to go to chair the third session.
Sure. I'll do that.
And Paolo, if you want to come to the table. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. We will have the third session of our meeting. It's on reconstructing ecology, and the first speaker is Gus Krohn, that I actually collaborate with, and he will talk about the archaeolinguistics of animals. So Gus, please.
All right, thank you, Eske, and I hope everybody can hear me and see my PowerPoint. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very exciting conference. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but thankfully I can still contribute. Yeah, so this talk is about reconstructing the past through language, and then focusing actually on the archaeolinguistics of at least some animals, so how we can use linguistics to understand the human past. And one particular question that I've been focusing on in my own career is the so-called Indo-European language family that I'm sure other people have talked about earlier yesterday. And basically you can see that it's a very large language family. It stretches from all the way, it stretches from the Atlantic all the way to India, at least in the historical period. Of course, now with after the colonial period, many Indo-European languages also spread to the rest of the world, but in the early historical period, this is already a very large area.
Just one moment. We apparently, have you changed slide yet?
Sorry?
We can't see if you're changing slides, we can't see it here.
You can't see it, okay.
We have the front cover. Now something happens, yes? Okay, good. Okay,
maybe
now it's working. Okay, please continue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it like this. Yeah, so this is the Indo-European language family that you didn't see a minute ago, but as I said, it's a very large family, and you can see it stretches all the way from Europe to India. This is also the reason why it's called Indo-European. So it left an enormous linguistic legacy, so it really defines much of the Eurasian linguistic landscape. But of course, as many people will know, it also left a large, very important cultural legacy. So I'll just highlight a couple of those. In Europe, in northern Europe, we have these very famous Old Norse Eddas, written in the Germanic language Old Norse, the lingua franca of the Viking Age. When we go to the south, in Greece, of course, we have Homeric poetry that is world famous. In India, we have the so-called sacred Hindu texts that are written in Sanskrit, an ancient Indic language, and some of the oldest Indo-European documents we have are the Hittite cuneiform clay tablets from the middle of the 2nd millennium BC. And the Hittites were actually already mentioned in the Old Testament, and they had already at that point risen to prominence in that area. So, how do we, as a linguist, actually know that Indo-European language family is a single family? How do we know that all these languages belong together? Well, basically that is because many of these languages, they show striking similarities in the vocabulary, grammar, that are and similarities are too great to attribute to coincidence. So here's a very basic example. The word for brother in many, or at least some Indo-European languages, Old Norse brother, Old Irish brother, Latin frater, Sanskrit brata, and even to carry protzer, you can still recognize basically that these words more or less have the same shape. And the idea is that all of these words go back to one single proto-language, Indo-European, that was spoken in prehistoric times. Yeah, these were older Indo-European languages, but as you can see here, even the modern Indo-European languages, they show great similarities, at least in the word for brother. So you can see the Swedish broeder, and I've mentioned here Welsh braud, French frère, Kurdish bra, Persian baradar, Hindi bhai. Yeah, so even today, many of these Indo-European languages are still recognizably related. Yeah, so this is actually where I wanted to use animation, so, but that's not possible in this screen. So, and when you look at the line at the bottom, so nowadays we have English brother, French frère, and Hindi bhai, that look a little bit similar, but if you go back 1,000 years in time, then you have Old English brother, Old French frère, frère, Middle Indic bhata, and they're slowly starting to look more similar. If you go even further back in time, another 1,000 years, then you get your Proto-Germanic brother, Latin frater, and Sanskrit bhata, and you can do that a couple of times more. So 1500 BC, Germanic was looking like brater, at least the word for brother sounded like that probably. It's already getting quite close to this Proto-Italic form, frate, and Indo-Iranic proto-form, bhata. So here you can actually see that the languages are actually slowly converging, and when you go all the way back to 3000 BC, then you arrive at a single proto-form that basically is the one that evolved in all of the words for brother in the different Indo-European languages, so brachte, if you like. So, one of the biggest questions actually for linguists has been, now that we have this large Indo-European language family, where did it come from and when did it spread? So something dramatic seems to have happened in the past for this language to be able to spread over such a large distance and diversify in all these European languages that we have. So it's actually a very important question on European prehistory, but actually also wider Eurasian prehistory. And it turns out there are actually clues within the Indo-European languages that you can use to try to answer this question. But before we go there, so there are two main hypotheses for the spread of the languages, Indo-European languages, and these are mainly based on archaeological evidence. So linguists have asked archaeologists, are there any dramatic events in prehistory that might be responsible for spreading the Indo-European languages? And one theory that people have come up with is the so-called farmer hypothesis, which is about the spread of farming from the Middle East from around 9000 BC. Around this period, hunter-gatherers in this area, they mastered the techniques to actually start growing crops, not just collect them from the wild. And this gave them probably the demographic advantage that made that these farmers could spread to new areas where they also introduced farming. And yeah, this was a very successful lifestyle. So farming spread from the Middle East all the way to, for instance, Scandinavia. It took a bit of time, 5,000 years, but yeah, it definitely was a major event in European and West Eurasian prehistory. So one theory is that these farmers that spread from the Middle East, they brought the Indo-European languages with them. But then there's the other alternative hypothesis, and that's the so-called cattle herder hypothesis. And that's a second dramatic event in prehistory. Farmers, they spread from the Middle East to West Europe and Northern Europe, but they didn't spread all the way to the area north of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. And in this area, actually, people were herding cattle, so they were focusing on keeping cows and sheep and goats. So they had a very different lifestyle. And after the 4th millennium BC, this lifestyle and also their people, they probably spread across vast distances as well. And this is why some people have suggested in the past that this is actually the more likely explanation for the spread of the Indo-European language. So how can we actually decide which hypothesis is true? And then again, we can look at the clues that are hidden within the Indo-European languages themselves. But before we look at those clues, it's actually important to look at the structure of the Indo-European language family, and I hope that also speakers yesterday have addressed this issue. So when you look at the Indo-European language family, you can actually divide it into basically two phases. So there's an early phase, which includes Hittite, which is, as we discussed, was historically spoken in Turkey. And then you have all of the other Indo-European languages that are so-called late Indo-European. So the idea is that Indo-European, when it was spoken, it spread and then it split up into multiple subgroups. The first group to leave was basically were basically the ancestors of the Hittites, and then after that, all the other Indo-European languages, in some kind of with a big bang, they spread as part of this late Indo-European dispersion. And interestingly, when you look at vocabulary for cattle herding, such as the word for sheep, you will see that it's actually the word is found in both early and late Indo-European. So it's found in Hittite, but it's Chavish, but it's also found in many of the late Indo-European languages. So it looks like it's a very old Indo-European word that goes all the way back to the roots of the language family. And the same goes for the word for cow, guah. And it seems that also this word is attested in both Hittite and the other Indo-European languages, meaning that it's, again, both early and late Indo-European, and goes all the way back to the oldest layers of the Indo-European family. The same can be said about the word for horse. It's attested in both Hittite, or at least in some of these sister languages, and in many of the later Indo-European languages. It's actually not certain that this is a cattle herding word, so the words for cow and sheep, they are clearly related to the keeping of cattle. Some people have suggested that the word for horse also belongs to this category because maybe the horse was at this point domesticated. That's actually not entirely sure, because all that we from the linguistic side can say is that we have a word for horse, but we cannot determine whether it was domesticated or wild. If you look at the map of the wild horse range around the time, in the period 6000 to 4000 BC, so you can see that it was very widespread, and it's possible that in European speakers they simply referred to the wild horse. But yeah, we do have the words for cow and sheep, which clearly point out to that, clearly show that the Europeans were keeping cattle. But then, when we go to agriculture, the linguistic evidence is actually of a different nature. So, for instance, let's take the word for plow. This word is found in most of the late Indo-European languages, Tocharian and Germanic, also Slavic and Baltic, but it's actually not found in Hittite. So it's not early Indo-European, but probably rather late Indo-European word. And the same is true for another cultural innovation, and that's the word for wheel, quackro. It's only found basically in the late Indo-European languages, and there's no evidence in the early Indo-European. I've looked at another such case because today I promised to talk about animals, and actually there's an interesting word here, the word for otter, this aquatic animal, and actually also this word it's only found in some of the late Indo-European languages and not in early Indo-European. So what does this tell us? It probably tells us that early Indo-Europeans, they were cattle herders, and then late Indo-Europeans, they might have adopted some farming techniques. They seem to have become acquainted with the wheel, and then it looks like linguistically that they also learned about the animal that is nowadays called otter. So me and my team, we actually published a paper about the spread of the Indo-European languages and the Indo-European homeland, and we devised a scenario that more or less looks like this. So early Indo-Europeans, they were actually north of the Caspian Sea, where there was no farming. We only know from archaeology that there were cattle herders living there, and we then suggested that from this area Hittite spread to Turkey, basically before the adoption of farming techniques and the wheel, and maybe even the word for otter. But then these cattle herders, after Hittite, or the ancestor of linguistic ancestor of Hittite, had split off, they moved west, and then you get basically a late Indo-European homeland, more or less north of the Black Sea, and this is where these late Indo-Europeans probably met farming societies that were present there, and they adopted some agricultural techniques such as plowing. Also, we know from the archaeology that the wheel is no older than 3500 BC. There's a very recent paper that actually came out last week that suggested that the wheel was originally invented in the Carpathian region, so that's Eastern Europe. And this is actually also quite close to the late Indo-European homeland, meaning that this is also the area where late Indo-European speakers might have become acquainted with the wheel, and of course created a word for that. Then, looking at the word for other, this is actually a paper I found also last week. It's actually a dissertation. It shows the range of the other. Nowadays, it's actually the modern range. It's very, very widespread in Europe, but in Asia, distribution is more patchy. Interestingly, you can actually see that this distribution matches the scenario that we proposed, because the word other is absent in the area in which we believed early Indo-European was spoken, but it's present in the area in which late Indo-European was spoken. So this is actually the area where the word other may have become part of the late Indo-European language before it spread to all these areas across Eurasia. So basically you see an evolution from early to late Indo-European, also through time, but also you can see that there's a spatial direction probably from the area north of the Caspian Sea to the area north of the Black Sea. And this is probably the area from where we think most of the Indo-European languages, the late Indo-European languages, spread. So you get movements towards Western Europe, where you get Baltic, Germanic, and Celtic. In the south, also Italic and Greek, and then to the east, you get a dispersal to Tocharian and Indic. Of course, you can ask yourself, it's very interesting that you linguists and archaeologists worked out this scenario, but how can we actually verify that this scenario is true, and is there any maybe external evidence that we can use to substantiate this scenario for the spread of Indo-European? Well, as you might know, and this is also, of course, the reason why we have, or one of the reasons why we have this great symposium, Actually, next to archaeology and language, nowadays there's a third line of evidence on prehistory, and that is so-called ADNA, ancient DNA. And by, until recently, actually we could only isolate and analyze DNA from living animals, but around a decade ago, this revolution happened where actually all of a sudden it became possible to also isolate and analyze ancient DNA from, for example, people found in archaeological sites. And this allowed us to see all of a sudden how people migrated in the past, who they were related with, who they had mixed with in the past, and this new line of evidence was immediately clear that it could be used also to verify all these scenarios that archaeologists and linguists had been working out for prehistory over the past century or longer. In 2015, there were two important papers, one by the Copenhagen lab, so also thanks to Eske Villerslev, who has already spoken yesterday. And after that, many more studies appeared that showed that indeed there was a very large population movement from the area north of the Black Sea. And this basically supported the idea that Indo-European languages came from that area. Because if people came from that area, they brought their language, and the large impact of these steppe populations on the populations of Europe made that it seems very likely a vector for the transmission of this the various Indo-European languages to Europe and both Asia. But actually, the situation is even more interesting. So this year, a new paper was submitted to an unknown journal, and a preprint appeared on the preprint server bioarchive, and it actually showed that there was a very small migration, probably from the area north of the or between the Black and the Caspian Sea, that moved into Turkey from around 4000 BC, and this seems to exactly fit the scenario in which early Indo-Europeans spread from a particular area to the area in which Hittite is attested in the middle of the second millennium BC. So we basically have this confirmation from genetics that early Indo-Europeans spread to Turkey first, and then the late Indo-European languages spread to the west of the north of the Black Sea, from where they again underwent this massive expansion. Yeah, so thanks to genetics, we actually know a lot more about prehistory, and actually they actually also allow us to verify all these theories we have about the human past, and sometimes they're true and sometimes not, but at any rate it's really a very exciting time to be in, to actually be able to compare these lines of evidence, and which make us capable, which enables us to learn so much more about our past. If you like to learn more about this, then actually we've just recently published a volume, the Indo-European Puzzle Revisited, together with Christian and Eske. So I hope that you can find answers to your questions you're possibly having in there. Otherwise, I think my time is up, and I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Goose. Okay, I think we have time for maybe a question, if anyone has a question for Goose. No? Okay, not at this stage. So, yeah?
Maybe
okay.
I can ask a quick question.
Yeah.
Hi, Goose. Thank you so much. I was wondering, what do you think about the fact that the otter, the word for otter is a bit strange in Latin, you know, because otter in English and in other languages it's perfect, but in Latin you have lutra, which becomes in Italian lontra. Did you address this thing in your paper, or?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's a very old question, of course, and in Latin, in this word behaves a little bit strange. Yeah. So the L is basically unexplained. So for the non-linguists here, this is basically what linguists do when they're among each other. We talk about all these sound changes and particular words. So lutra in Latin has this very unexplained L, and I don't have an explanation for it either, to be honest. But it wouldn't make, it wouldn't really change the picture, I think, because we still have Germanic and Slavic and Greek. So it seems to be a Latin problem, and now also nowadays also an Italian problem. But so I leave it for you to solve.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Goose. Okay, so our next speaker is, yes, oh, of course. Paolo, please, who will talk about paleogenetics of animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your invitation, and Enrico for your friendship that goes back more than 30 years ago. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, so I'm not sure I really stick very closely to the title I was given, because paleogenetics implies before the Neolithic, and we're mainly talking about cattle, but it is linked to the previous talk by Goose. And this is the beautiful Ankole cattle. We took a picture in Uganda some years ago within a European project on the investigation of the genetics of these animals for the tolerance or the resilience to a disease, the East Coast fever. Okay, sorry. Going the other way? Yeah, I see. Okay, sorry. So, well, I think everybody knows agriculture has been one of the most important invention of humankind that permitted, with settlements and population growth, the stratification of the society. And here is Rome, the maximum of complexity of the society. But where agriculture was not adopted, the society remained quite simple, like in Australia, in the Aboriginals Australia, and in some part of Africa. No agriculture, no complexity of the society. No. So, you know, we are investigating the biodiversity of current livestock that is deriving for a number of evolutionary forces since domestication some 8,000 years before Christ, then colonization and migration. And I want only to underline that the breed concept is really something extremely, extremely recent that dates back around 1700, and the concept was born in UK. As you see, there is a number of evolutionary forces. We will see some of them, okay? We start with domestication and early colonization, and also the post-domestication integration from wild ancestor. From this, ancient DNA had quite a lot. But before going to this, I would like to give a little bit of a wider picture, because different animal species here are the main domestication centers of animal and plants. They have been, they are spread basically worldwide. Once the idea of domesticating animals and plants took place, then it was applied to many different species. Not so many, because indeed I think we have about 15 animal species out of all mammals that have been domesticated, so only a bunch of these species. And the FAO is classifying the big five, the ones that are, you know, feeding the world, that are cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and chicken. But before going here, I would like to go to a domestication experiment. So what happens with domestication? There's a very nice experiment from Belayev, I don't know if you know this, of domestication of the silver fox. Belayev had the opportunity to set up a kind of a protocol to start the domestication. So an operator stands near the cage, then try to open the cage and pet the fox with some danger also, and then monitors the response. And then there was a recurrent selection for many generations of 100 females and 30 males that had weaker wild-type response. And let me see if I'm able to start. Can I? Can somebody press? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Very good. So this is, you know, this is not selected for behavior, domestic behavior. So the animal is really, you know, is scared. It goes back in the corner and tries to bite the operators. Okay. You can go to the other, please. Okay, you immediately see a difference. This is after, I think, 40 generations. I think, well, you see, this is selection for behavior. Well, yeah, to save time, we can cut it here, but at the end, the operator is scratching the belly of the silver fox. So this is a complete domestication. And generation, okay, you can stop. Okay, thank you. At generation 20, before sexual maturity, animals were domestic, and after sexual maturity, they return it to a wild behavior. So this is, I really experienced also in my family something very similar. Well, so this reduced activity of the hypothalamus, the pituitary adrenal axis, that is the one that is associated to stress response, is the one that is really controlling the stress and making an animal domestic. But there is a lot of other changes. First, a delay in development, a juvenile behavior, the early onset of puberty. If you compare the puberty of domestic with the wild ancestor, with the wild related species in domestic animals, is much earlier. But then a change in morphological traits. Here it is shown, for instance, sorry. It is shown the spotting of the coat, the ears that in many domestic animals are down, and the diamond in the forehead, but also the bones, the proportion of the bones. And indeed, archaeozoologists are able to distinguish a Neolithic from a Paleolithic settlement, also looking at the relative morphology and the proportion of the different bones. And this is because it happens with domestication, this happens. So selection for behavior has changed the morphology and physiology of the animals. And the animals are not the same. Also, if we think about animal welfare, we do not have to think about the welfare of animals thinking they are still wild animals. They are not. So let's go back to the cattle history. Here we have the wild ancestor of modern cattle, that is Bos primigenius. Well, Bos primigenius had a very wide range of a geographic range, going from the Western Europe to Eastern Asia. And there were basically three, I wouldn't say species, but three subpopulations of this Bos primigenius. One is Bos primigenius, that is, has this really wide range. Then there is the Bos primigenius nomadicus, that was specifically in the Indian subcontinent. And then Bos primigenius africanus, that is also maybe well known, better known as opistomosus, that was in Africa, okay? And well, there is some interesting also historical data of Julius Caesar that when he went to conquer France, he said that those animals were wild, were strong, and they were never be domesticated. Why? They were the ancestor, really, of the domestic cattle. So you can imagine the endeavor of the first people that domesticated cattle. There is basically two widely accepted sites of domestication. One is the Fertile Crescent, about 8,500 years before Christ, where the taurine cattle, our cattle, okay, was domesticated. Then, about 1,500 years later, there was a second domestication from Nomadicus, so Bos primigenius nomadicus, in the Indus Valley. And there, the Bos taurus indicus was domesticated. It is Bos taurus indicus because it is a subspecies. It's not a different species. They can cross, and the progeny is fertile, completely fertile, same number of chromosomes. But as you see from the morphology, the indicus, so the zebu, are much more adapted to tropical areas. You see how, first is the shape of the body. They have a much higher proportion of surface compared to the volume, so they can dissipate much better the heat. They have a lot of big ears. Look at the size of those ears. A lot of skin and a dewlap, and all these adaptations are done to dissipate, to exchange heat with the environment. And also the hump, that has the same function of the hump of the camel and the dromedary. It is a storage of energy during the dry season where the fodder is scarce. And also the beta oxidation of fats, of triglyceride, is producing some water. So these can also help in this. And then there is Bos taurus africanus. There is some question mark there on the third possible domestication, because we are not sure. Indeed, my personal opinion is that a new domestication never happened. But as we see, there has been a clear introgression on the taurine of the Bos taurus africanus of the primigenius nomadicus, africanus. So there's been not a domestication, but an introgression from the genome of the local aurochs. Okay, so I will go very quickly. Here, I remind you that there is two genomes and three modes of inheritance, okay? And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited only through the female line, the Y chromosome to the male line, and then the genomic DNA is inherited from both parents and subjected to recombination. So what is modern DNA saying about cattle domestication? Well, basically, taurine cattle domestication in this case, it is confirming the domestication in the Fertile Crescent and around. As you see, this is mitochondrial DNA. The different colors are different haplogroups and or sub-haplogroups of the T type. The T haplogroup is there's not such a huge variation of mitochondrial DNA as we can find in humans. There's much less variation. Okay. And the stars, the spheres are different haplotypes. And as you see, there is a loss of diversity going from the domestication center towards Europe, where is really predominant this T3, the red haplotype. In North Africa, on the other side, there is, here it's not represented very much, but the most frequent haplogroup is the T1, so the yellow one, and this was one of the reasons why it was supposed as a third domestication center in Africa. This is the genomic DNA, okay? This is a representation of diversity. These are 110 different breeds, and different breeds have different colors. And this is the second reason why a third domestication center was supposed. Because if you see the diversity, this is the first principal component in the horizontal axis is the most important. And it divides the Bos indicus from the European Bos taurus. But the African Bos taurus is clearly distinguished by the second component. So both the mitochondrial DNA and the genomic DNA were indicating that the Africanus is rather different from the Bos taurus europaeus. But look what is the current situation in Africa, okay? I don't have a pointer here. Is there a pointer? No point. Okay. Sorry. There's everything from the Asian Bos indicus to the African Bos taurus. There is, an incredible admixture. There's everything there. This means that Bos indicus has mixed very much with Bos taurus. Indeed, we will see later that if you go to Africa and look at the mitochondrial DNA, that is all taurine DNA, mitochondrial DNA. If you look at Y, everything is Y. With a few exceptions in the pure African taurine, because in some places where there's an endemic that sets a fly, so the trypanosomiasis, the indicus cannot survive. So there is still pure taurine genome. Oh, you can also see that the European Bos taurus crossed and that mixed both with African Bos taurus and with Bos indicus. I tell you a story. I show you that sometimes this admixture is quite interesting also from an applicative point of view. So then there was this issue of the third domestication, and the group, this is SPID, the group of Mike Bruford in Cardiff University, tried to see whether it was more probable to have 2 domestications rather than 3 domestications. So these are you see in the first, in the upper right scheme that you have 2 dots with 2 branching, so 2 domestication, and 3 dots with 3 branching. That is the 3 domestication. And the best scenarios support really only two domestication, but we see what happens later, because then ancient DNA arrived, and this added some information that was important for the history. The first one is that, well, first it was confirmed that the cattle in the Near East were domesticated from the Bos primigenius, because sequencing Bos primigenius, they all had nearby the domestication center, they all had the T haplotype. While in Northern Europe, if you see in the upper left, the haplogroups that the ancient Bos primigenius had are quite different, are named P and E, while all primigenius in the domestication center had a T. Second, looking at the ancient DNA of our oxen, it was clear that there was no domestication of aurochs in Northern Europe. Even if later on some of the P haplogroups were found also in domestic cattle. So also in Northern Europe there has been some introgression of the wild ancestor. And this was also confirmed by genomic DNA analysis, in particular in Scotland and England. There was an introgression of aurochs, so the Scottish and Wales cattle had a higher proportion compared to all other European cattle of local North European aurochs. But this introgression was also true in the East Asia, where some Chinese breeds were at a proportion of aurochs and DNA. So if you see, particularly in the Xizang region, you see here, I don't have I cannot point, this is very bad. You can see in green there is the aurochs and the primigenius sequences that fall in between the Xizang domestic cattle. Okay, very recently there was this iScience paper, this 2024, in which the third domestication is coming back because there was this introgression of African primigenius into African taurine. As you see, here is an admixture analysis. This column here indicate this is K3, the origin of the genome of these animals, supposing there were 3 different ancestors. And you see a component of this IT burros is present in Tama. Okay, so this IT burros is the primigenius. Okay, what happened after? What happened after domestication? Well, animals and the pastoralism spread around Europe, and it spread around following water sources, so around the Mediterranean shore on the one side, and along the Danubian river. Okay, and then in following centuries there was a huge colonization everywhere. So there was an interesting, as I told you, from India, Bos indicus went to Africa and colonized all southern Asia. Bos taurus colonized the northern Asia, and then was transported after Columbus' discovery of Americas, was transported in South America, Central America, North America. And more recently, Bos indicus was also transported to South America mainly, or the southern part of North America. And now there is really a huge diversity of cattle. There are more than 1,000 different breeds adapted to very, very different conditions, you see. And sometimes there is some mutation that are captured by human, like the blue Belgian, we call it muscular hypertrophy. Really it is a muscular hyperplasia because they have many more muscle cells than normal cattle. Okay, then they can be adapted to high elevation and to dry, hot and dry. We are currently investigating the adaptation of sheep in the Sahara region, so to try to understand and to understand what is the mechanism there, to use them to adapt also our animals to climate change. Then there were migration. Okay, migrations, well, animals, of course, following domestication, followed humans. They never went around alone, okay? And so there's something interesting here that this was something we have done in our laboratory. Looking at the previous pattern of diversity of mitochondrial DNA diversity, we see that Near East there is many colors, many haplogroups, and many haplotypes, while Central Europe basically is C3, and this is Italy. As you see in the north and the south, there is basically Europe, and in the central Italy, there is very similar pattern to the Near East. And so we made a few analyses, and we see that for instance, there was no loss of diversity going from the domestication center to central Italy, where everywhere else there was loss of diversity. You can see here in yellow the high frequency of the T1, the yellow T1 that I was talking to you about. Also looking at the T3 only, so only looking at the European haplogroup, South and North Italy clustered with Europe, while Central Italy clustered with Anatolia and the Near East. So we hypothesized that these animals, and one of the animals is Chianina. I don't know if yesterday we had tagliata from Chianina, okay? Chianina cattle arrived not with the Neolithization of Italy, but arrived by sea, sometimes directly from the Middle East. And okay, this is, to make it short, we try to date the arrival. And indeed, looking at historical fonts, we found that Chianina was described before the 1st century before Christ by Romans. And the molecular clock in the DNA, mitochondrial DNA was saying that they arrived after the 2000 before Christ. So more or less at the end of the Bronze Age. And it is interesting because at that time the Etruscan civilization arose in Italy, and that was a kind of mysterious origin of this population, with Herodotus that was saying that they were coming from the Middle East, and other authors that were saying that they were an evolution of the Villanovian populations of Italy. 3 minutes, okay. Well, we went to Cavalli Sforza to have his hints, and we made some publication here, but afterwards Bertorelle analyzed ancient DNA from Etruscan tombs, and now the idea is that we may have Etruscan cattle here, but probably humans are more likely to be really of Italian origin than of Near Eastern origin. Well, there is also some more recent discoveries in Americas. with ancient DNA, because the problem with America is that there is everything there. There is T1, so the yellow African haplotype, there is T3, there is Q, there is everything there, and basically this paper demonstrated that the T1 was really coming from Africa and not from the Iberian Peninsula that has also T1. So probably that was transported with the slave trade. And then later on, there has been a lot of other importation into South America, including indicus. Okay, so this is the story of Africa I was talking you about, with the mitochondrial DNA in upper left that is all taurine, and the Y chromosome that is all indocin, but with that in those places there, okay, because there is that's a flight, so this is the reason why there is only taurine. Okay. The few final slides, sometimes this introgression between different subspecies is quite interesting, because, for instance, also in the Chianina is coming at the Bronze Age, is coming through, from Anatolia. So at that time, Indicus already reached Africa, so passed nearby Anatolia and crossed. Indicus crossed with taurine populations. So, as you see, the white cattle from Italy, you can see there, have some green introgression from Indicus. And going to see where this green introgression occurred, there is a lot of random introgression, but in some places there is basically that Chianina is all Indicus, homozygous, or at least heterozygous for Indicus. And there is some genes that are important to adapt to the digestion of the poor quality fodder. So that was an advantageous trait coming from Indicus that is now maintained in Chianina, and that adapted advantage. I go very quick, then there is also some integration from related species. So there's been a lot of admixture and integration, and we have identified this in some Chinese cattle from Hong Kong, from Gaurus and Gayal, and Banteng inside the Chinese, this Chinese that is a feral population. So we are about looking if there is an adaptive integration also here. Okay, I finish with this, saying that there is huge diversity, and sometimes some of these mutations that occur in local populations that may be not very productive are very important for future sustainability, like this slick, that is a single point mutation that is making these animals extremely tolerant to heat stress. So by finishing, I say that even if the human past is investigated using human genetics, ancient DNA, linguistics, and archaeology, and so on, maybe also livestock molecular genetics following domestication can give a contribution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, maybe, I mean, we're actually over time, but maybe if there's one question, a brief one. Otherwise, we'll take it during the discussion, I think. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. This is the end of this session.
Okay, thank you so much. So, the chair of this session was supposed to be Marina Benedetti, president of the Società Italiana di Glottologia, the Italian Society of Historical Linguistics, but she couldn't make it, so I'm going to share this session and have the pleasure to introduce Paola D'Ardano, Università Prestrina di Siena, who will tell us about Indo-European magic.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this conference. Archaeologists can tell us a great deal about the material culture, social structure, health conditions, and to some extent, even the religious beliefs of ancient populations by analyzing their graves, settlements, and sanctuaries. In recent years, geneticists have contributed to the overall picture by providing information on family relationships and migration partners. The sources of information available to historical linguists are very different, as we have no direct source of information. The so-called comparative method allows us to reconstruct the grammar and the vocabulary of the Proto-European language, spoken more than 5,000 years ago, somewhere on the southern Russian and Ukrainian steppes. This language never really died out. It just evolved, split up into separate branches, and still lives on in many languages spoken today in Europe and Asia. Historical comparative linguistics combined with philological analysis of ancient texts allows us to understand some aspects of human life where archaeology and genetics often fall short. The aim of this paper is to give a partial answer to the question of Indo-European magic by following the clues offered by the different branches of Indo-European language family across the European continent. The presentation is organized as follows. Section 1 deals with the methodology and definition of the concept of magic in the ancient world. In section 2, the lexical data will be described, while in section 3, 3 case studies will show the use of text to reconstruct Indo-European magic. So let's start with some methodological questions. The reconstruction of the material and intellectual life, intellectual culture of the Indo-European speaking community has been a field of study characterized by different methodologies. In the past, since the middle of the 19th century, the method defined by Enrico Campanile as lexicalistic has been used. On the basis of historical languages, an Indo-European lexeme is reconstructed from whose existence the existence of the relative referent within the Indo-European culture is deduced. However, the lexicalistic method has some limitations. It is not at all certain that the existence of a given lexeme implies the existence of the relative denotated in the same linguistic area. Moreover, if the reconstruction of the signifier, the form, is quite unambiguous, the reconstruction of the signified, the meaning, the concept, cannot have the same certainty. The problems of the lexicalistic method arise from the arbitrariness of the linguistic science. Language and reality are not linked by a direct relationship. Aware of these limitations, scholars today contrast the lexicalistic method with the textual method. The assumption is that the Indo-Europeans transmitted to their descendants not only a language, but also a culture, and that this culture can be reconstructed by comparing identical or similar cultural data present in different Indo-European cultures. We speak of the textual method because the elements to be used for the reconstruction are preserved in the most ancient texts. By comparing not the lexemes but the semantic content of the texts, the Indo-European culture can be reconstructed. The lexical and therefore etymological identity of the elements carrying the contents to be compared is not necessary. What is reconstructed is not an Indo-European word, but an Indo-European semantic content. The metaphor of the wolf provides an example of this method. As we have seen yesterday afternoon in the Indo-European culture, there was a metaphorical use of the term for wolf in the sense of a person who he is or has become foreign to the tribe and is therefore hostile to it. In various Indo-European languages, however, only the content, the cultural data, has been preserved, not the linguistic data, since each language uses a different term for this particular meaning of wolf. Old Irish ku, Germanic wargats, Vedic vaka. Hittite even presents the Sumerogram urbarra, whose phonetic reading, wetar, is far from certain. In short, each language has innovated on the linguistic level, but not on the level of the content. Apart from the methods used to reconstruct Indo-European culture, another problem is given by the definition of the concept of magic. Ancient magical beliefs are not easy for people of our time steeped in Western culture to understand. In ancient civilizations, magic, science, medicine, and religion are not easy to distinguish. When dealing with such texts, we have to bear in mind that all manifestations of magic are not to be seen as separate subsystems outside a mainstream concept of religion, but rather as homogeneously integrated into it. Just as there was no line separating magic from cult and religion, there was no clear distinction between healing practices based on rational science and those based on magical religious techniques. And just as magic and religion are closely linked, so are magic and medicine. Disease is often seen as the result of the malign influence of disease demons and the punishment of angry deities. And when medicine is no longer effective, magical methods are introduced, but magic and medicine are used at the same time. Looking at the Indo-European vocabulary of magic, there are no clear proto or even core Indo-European words for magic. They are mostly attested as independent secondary words in the daughter branches. Here you can see the section magic, witchcraft from the dictionary of Bach. However, some words are still of interest. Ancient Greek has several terms for magic and magicians: magos and mageia, goes and goeteia, and the terms derived from pharmakon. Most of them are attested early. Only the terms related to magos seem comparatively recent. Magos appears for the first time in a Greek text of the 6th century BC and becomes more frequent during the classical period. It is a non-Greek word with an indisputable origin in the religious language of Persia, where the magos is a priest or a religious specialist. The term then entered Latin, and this is the form Latin magus. A similar semantic connection between priest and sorcerer could be suggested for other languages. This is the case with the Irish words from the names of the ancient Celtic priests, the Druids. Druidek, from Druid, the name of the ancient pagan priests and magicians. Some of the terms are related to the use of drugs. An interesting word in this context is Greek pharmakeia, giving of drugs, also poisoning and witchcraft. From the ambiguous term pharmakon, in its magical rather than medical aspect, we derive in Greek the nouns pharmakis, witch, and pharmakeos, sorcerer. A specialization of a verb of saying to magical act magic is common. Singing may be specialized, as in the large groups represented by New English, incantation, and charm. In Old Norse, the ordinary word for song can also mean an incantation. And a similar semantic connection can be suggested for another word associated with a verb of saying. Greek goiteia, besides goes, sorcerer, from goao, to wail. A wailer may become a wizard, a saying may become a spell, to call may become to bewitch. Another occasional semantic source is the word for lots, oracles. These include Italian sortileggio and French sortilège, derived from Latin sorts. The specialization of the verb to act into magical act, magic, is attested in Sanskrit. Turning to the Anatolian languages, we find completely different forms. The unattested form alwansa, subject to witchcraft, occurs in many cognates. Alwansessa, witchcraft, alwansena, practicing witchcraft, alwansak, to bewitch, alwansatar, witchcraft. A connection with Greek aluo, to be beside oneself, has been suggested. The basic meaning of alwansa would therefore be something like be possessed. So far, I've presented the vocabulary related to magic in the most ancient Indo-European languages. The general picture that emerged from the data is the lack of a common vocabulary in the various Indo-European traditions. Looking at the Indo-European vocabulary, there is no clear proto or even core Indo-European word for magic or magician. They are mostly attested as independent secondary words in the daughter branches. If there are no related linguistic forms that refer to the concept of magic, if we cannot reconstruct an Indo-European root for magic, can we perhaps conclude that the speakers of the Proto-Indo-European were not aware of magic? Absolutely not. The difficulties of extrapolating the Proto-Indo-European word for magic from this kind of evidence is quite obvious. Perhaps a potential more rewarding area of investigation is to be found among the texts, the written evidence of the daughter languages. The evidence of this documentation, especially that preserved in the most ancient languages, demonstrates the role of magic in these cultures. If the lexicalistic method does not produce convincing results, let's try the textual method. In this case, etymological correspondence is not necessary. Only the correspondence of content is necessary, provided that the content is significant and not trivial. We will now consider three case studies. The first one is offered by the metaphor of binding. In various Indo-European traditions, two particular images of aggression appear repeatedly in spells intended to harm or weaken another person: binding and stabbing. Binding spells are attested in India, Greece, Rome, Anatolia, and in the Germanic north. In a Vedic text, after some verses praising the all-seeing and all-knowing god Varuna, the guarantor of justice, he is urged to apply all of his 100 fetters to the man who speaks untruth. This sounds like a general appeal for a moral regulation of the world. And the last verse goes on, "With all those fetters I bind you." Only the first and the third verses are metrical. The second is a template to be filled in with the details of the target person. In a Greek tragedy, in Aeschylus' Eumenides, the chorus is formed by the Erinnes, who mention a song that binds the mind. The chorus presents the song as a umnos desmios, a binding song. The definition returns repeated twice, where it is specified that the song chains the mind. The song is a terrible music. Its effect on mortals is destructive. The victims on whom the Erinnes want to test the power of their spells is Orestes. And the idea of binding is well attested in Greek magic. One of the most common types of magic in Greek and later Roman antiquity is binding magic. The term binding refers to the Greek term katadesmos, binding course, usually used by authors such as Plato to refer to this type of magic. And the earliest Greek binding spells found in the form of lead tablets date from the beginning of the 5th century BC. They are found throughout Greek and Roman antiquity for the next 1,000 years, from areas such as Roman Britain to Sicily, Greece, North Africa, Egypt, and the Levant. They are usually in the form of small, thin sheets intended to influence by supernatural means the action or welfare of persons or animals against their will. The basic idea of binding seems to have been to disable or render impotent the target or some particular aspects of the target. Some of the earliest binding spells from mainland Greece consist of a list of names. And a possible explanation for this list formula returns to the idea of accompanying oral practice. The writer of the text would inscribe the names of his victims on the tablet and intone the binding spell, describe his intention for them. The one who pronounces the spell typically uses a performative first-person verb, as in the Vedic example, I bind so and so. Here you can see an example of these binding spells. The Greek for these is spelled backwards. All and I bind are spelled normally, and the names of the victims are spelled backwards. All the names of the victims are written from right to left, and this adjustment reflects the desired effect of the spell on the target's thoughts, words, and deeds. The metaphor of reversal can also have visual connotation here. The metaphor of binding occurs in a famous Old High German text. The Merseburg incantations are two medieval magic spells written in Old High German. The spells were recorded in the 10th century by a cleric, possibly at the Abbey of Fulda, on a blank page of a liturgical book that later came into the Merseburg library. The Merseburg incantations are the only known surviving relics of pre-Christian pagan poetry in Old High German literature. The spells were later published by Jacob Grimm in 1842. And the first of the two famous German incantations is a releasing spell, apparently for a warrior in trouble on the battlefield. It describes a number of female deities associated with fate who can be either benevolent or hostile to mortals. Some were binding fetters, some were holding back the army, while others were pulling at the fetters to loosen them. The last two lines contain the magic words, escape the bonds, flee the enemy, which are intended to free the warriors. And we now move to the ancient Near East, to the middle of the second millennium BC. In the pre-classical Anatolia, in the Hittite text, the verb referring to magical practice is a verb for to bind. The verb usually used for magical practices is amang, to bind, which is used in both literal and figurative meanings. This use reflects the widespread concept of illness as a state of being bound and unclean. An example is found in an incantation listing parts of the body, roughly from top to bottom. And the verb amang is understood as to bind by a spell, and to ensure that the effect of the course on the victim is comprehensive, the parts of his body are enumerated. So in different Indo-European traditions, the verb to bind or to loose is understood as to bind by a spell, and this metaphorical use could have a common origin. However, faced with examples such as those mentioned here, we can ask how the comparative method deals with universals. The question of universals, that is, independent creations of linguistic creativity found in any time and space is important. We may ask how we can be sure that the concept that appears in two or more Indo-European traditions is not found elsewhere in the world. Indeed, a variety of metaphorical concepts and structural devices occur in non-Indo-European traditions in different linguistic forms. It is important to stress, however, that this does not automatically make concept or structural devices non-Indo-European, less Indo-European, or trivial correspondences. The second case study deals with a healing formula. The second Merseburg incantations refers more explicitly to pagan gods and presents a short story about a horse that breaks a leg and is healed. Paul is with Wodan when Balder's horse dislocates its foot as he rides through the forest. Wodan intones the incantation, bone to bone, blood to blood, joints to joints, so may they be glued. Many later versions of this spell have been recorded from Scandinavia and Britain in English and in Gaelic, and one each from Latvia and Russia. Adalbert Kuhn drew a parallel between this charm and a text in Vedic literature, an incantation from the second millennium BC. He identified a parallel in a passage in the Atharva Veda and attributed this incantation to a common Indo-European origin. The similarities in form and purpose between the Indian and Germanic incantation suggested, in his view, that they were relics of an Indo-European tradition. We can accept this in principle, not in the sense that the Vedic and the Germanic spells are variants of a single text, but that the stylistic figure represented by bone to bone, blood to blood, and so on, was traditional in Indo-European healing incantations. And we can find this type of multiple polyptoton in other texts, and it could belong to the Indo-European poetic rhetorical style. There is a Hittite Luwian ritual text where the same figure is used in a different kind of therapeutic magic. This Hittite ritual contains a series of litany-like spells and incantations spoken by the magician. A ram was sacrificed and dismembered, and the pieces were placed around the body of the human patient in order to draw the disease from each part into the corresponding part of the animal. It begins with head is fitted to head, throat is fitted to throat, and continues through the canonical 12 parts of the body. 17 are actually mentioned. But after the sole of the foot, the list continues, ending with bone to bone is fitted, sinew to sinew is fitted, blood to blood is fitted. These are no longer specific parts to go in a specific place. They may have been added as a formulaic sequence from an incantation of a different type. The similarity to the Atharva Vedic and German spells is only superficial, because in the Hittite ritual, it is not parts of the patient's own body that are being brought together. It is the parts of the ram that are brought together with the parts of the patient's body. However, the enumeration, bone, blood, and joints are identical to those in Germanic, Indian, and Irish healing charms. Let's move to the third case study. It deals with 3 types of healing. The texts that can be categorized as purely scientific contain what appear to be medical descriptions, but in fact these descriptions contain a variety of magical elements. A passage in an old Iranian text lists medical specialists as the one who heals with the knife, the one who heals with herbs, and the one who heals with spells. As early as 1876, this text attracted the attention of James Darmasteter in connection with Pindar's third Pythian Ode, in which Asclepius' art of healing is applied to those who come to him with spontaneous sores or wounded by metal weapons or ravaged by seasonal fevers. Pindar ascribes all 3 techniques, but in reverse order, to Asclepius, who, he says, relieved all his patients' suffering, treating some with gentle incantations, others with healing potions applied externally, while others he put on their feet by means of surgery. Darmasteter, who first noticed the parallel, suggested that this triad was canonical in Indo-European medicine, and he concluded this is the handbook for students of medicine in the period of Indo-European unity. Herbs, spell, and knife. This tripartite conceptualization of medicine in 3 different Indo-European societies allows us to draw the conclusion indicated by the comparative method. The number and the precision of the similarities require the postulation of a common origin, in this case, a common Indo-European ideology of medical practice. To conclude, the purpose of this paper has been to give an overview of Indo-European magic and its methodological problems. The analysis of the lexicon does not lead to significant results, since we observe a high degree of diversification of the lexicon referring to magic in the different Indo-European traditions. We can only identify some common motives, such as the use of verb of saying to express magical practices, the reference to a priest as a magician, the reference to the use of drugs or Lot's oracles, which are not particularly significant on a comparative level. Conversely, by focusing on a few texts, it has been possible to illustrate motifs and themes that recur in different Indo-European traditions. The metaphor of binding, a formula enumerating 3 parts of the body, and the types of healing practices. And there is a great deal of overlap not only in their attributes and functions, but sometimes also in their phraseology. Some connections between different Indo-European traditions show that the similarities are not due to later cultural diffusion, but that they may have a common predecessor, a common Indo-European origin. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we have time for one question. Of course, there will be a discussion at the end, but maybe one question. Yes, ask you.
Thank you. So I just, maybe you explained it, and I didn't get it, but so you don't, as I understand it, you don't find any kind of common words among the different branches of the Indo-European languages going back to, if you want, the last common ancestor. Is that correct, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So would one, I mean, of course you can say it's been lost and all that kind of stuff, but I guess another interpretation would be that the religious and medical and so forth lives of these peoples actually diversify at a level, right, where you can say any common words have been lost. I mean, that it's actually been in a pretty, you can say, if you want, pretty significant development, right?
Yeah.
I don't know whether that would be, but I'm just thinking of it from a kind of cladistic point of view, I guess. Would that be a way to look at it? So for example, if you say, would you find religious, magic, whatever, medical words between Baltic and Slavic, for example, right? Would you see that there's a common, you can say, word or narrative there, but it's not, you can say, as soon as you go beyond that clade, it's kind of lost, or I don't know. Yes,
you are right. And the problems is not with the material culture, but with the intellectual culture. Sure. And magic belongs to intellectual culture.
Sure. Yeah. But it's quite interesting, I think, if you think of it that way, right? Because it opposite, you can say, the wheel and the goat and some of these things we've heard, that kind of can be tracked very far back, right? Presumably very far back in the linguistic tree. If you have things that can't be tracked back that far, to me at least it suggests that these are things under very heavy development, right? I mean, that would be one way to look at it at least, I think. So it would tell you something about that, well, maybe those areas, there's actually a lot of stuff going on, right? While a wheel, well, it's a wheel, right? And there's a limit to how much you can change it, so to speak, and still have a wheel. But it was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question, because we're going to have the discussion later, and also is it quick or? Okay, then yeah, sure. Just close to the mouth.
Thank you very much. Just one point. Thank you very much. It is clear. Just to mention of the alternative possibility, the complementary possibility. Actually, the metaphors with bind can be not only for healing, but also for killing. In Vedic and Iranian, there are plenty of things. Walisar Sadowski has worked about. And even in Greek, the name of Erinys is probably the one who is binding with a rope. But when she binds, the Erinys binds with a rope, is something very evil, like the humanities. Only this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, then let's thank our speaker again. And José Luis. So while José Luis comes to, so the next speaker is José Luis García Ramón, talking about Indo-European law. the change of plans in the chair position made me forget to briefly introduce this session. So basically the previous session was about Indo-European ecology, so reconstructing the environment of the communities that spoke ancient Indo-European languages, and this session is about reconstructing culture. So the speakers will be reconstructing aspects of culture.
Così? Oh, grazie. We are there, yeah? Thank you.
José Luis García Ramón, Indo-European law.
Dear colleagues, the aim of the present contribution is to discuss some aspects of non-written law which is attested in several languages. I mean not written because we are reconstructing, but in fact in the normal text we can assume that at this time the non-written things were already written. Yeah? We can have a try to reconstruct a couple of motifs of the juristic terminology and phraseology. Namely, we are in the point A, how are the conceptualization, the terms used and the phraseology used to present, to repair a misdeed, to make repair a misdeed, say, realize that avenge, take revenge, make pay, to atone, or the like, and to seek a reparation. I see reparation because it is what we are understanding, but the curious in this case is that there is a set of expressions which sounds curious if we translate it in the modern languages. They are as follows. They are namely to make good the own's misdeed, or to make good another's misdeed, or to seek misdeed. This sounds curious, and this is why we may a priori assume that this type of expressions in which there is no explicit mention of reparation are dilectio difficilior. In other words, what it is not so easy to understand, and one of our principles is to assume that anything which is not so clear is something older than something which is clear. It is the theory of Antoine Meillet, who says the anomalies of today are rest of a former regularity, which does not exist anymore and has led this. Well, if we have a look on this table, I have tried to make the table so in order to avoid to get into the details before seeing the full complex. Also apologize for setting forth the solution, kind of, before to get into the details. It is a little bit like if in Roman Agudurnit, in the introduction we say, the killer is the garden, yeah, the gardener, yeah, and so the emotion disappear, yeah. But the contrary would be annoying, because it has very long matter, yeah. Also the essentials. It is about the the formulation of these principles, yeah. The offender makes good, repairs his own misdeed. The person who has been offended makes good the misdeed of the other, yeah? And alternatively, before reaching this, he is trying to, seeking to repair this. We would say to have a reparation for this. but the primitive systems, expressions are a little bit broken, and this is the charm they have. Yeah? Well, beside this, we have 1, 2, 3 with comma, and we mean the forms with explicit mention of reparation are also attested in all the languages. And even in Hittite, yeah, not even, in Hittite as in the other languages. Yeah? In other words, we have two set of forms, a threefold set of forms without indication of reparation, and others with the, for us, normal mention directly of reparation. A priori, we could suggest that the first is the oldest, but it must be stressed at once that already in Anatolian all are attested. Yeah? Well, how could we? Our basic idea is that the concepts are the same, and they live on, and they may be expressed by means of other lexems and other terms, provided that they are synonyms or close, similar quasi-synonyms. So colleague Dardano has exactly wonderful presented what I would have said too. And this allows me to avoid this, yeah? Perhaps it would be interesting to add that this is actually the linguistic version of the theory of Lavoisier in physics. The nature is always the same after the different processes of transformation. The form is different, the essence and the subject is the same. It is the continuity of the material, and the material is now a set of phraseology which we shall deal with. Apropos this, let's have a look in the first line, for the sake of clarity, kind of, the conventions. Yeah? The sign equal means that we have the same content, the same concept, expressed by means of the same lexem. Lexem is the lexical unity. Yeah? When we have this lovely sign, we mean the context, the text, the content, the sense is the same, but expressed by means of another lexem. And when we have Bordeaux and yellow, we assume that the content is different and the lexem is different as well. If we have a look, a comprehensive look on the table, we appreciate, and I shall try to do the case for this, that Anatolian behaves absolutely equally like the other languages, and that the most attractive points are those in yellow. And actually, we have either the same terms, very seldom, or synonymous terms, or finally, some languages, namely Avestan and Greek, have an expression which is different for the expression we have attested in the other languages. This is basically the point, yeah? And I can advance to save time, so to say, that what we have, que, is the basic form for pay. And we have in active, I pay, and in medial, I make pay. This is common nowadays in the modern languages. You pay for this. Spanish is too, and so on. What is the point, yeah? On the other hand, if we have a look on Anatolian and core Indo-European, we see practically that we have either the same lexems and sense concepts, which is fittingly enough not the most frequent case, or we have a set of nice correspondences, terms which mean the same, even if the form is different. Yeah? This is the point we have to do. A last starting point, also Hittite behaves like another Indo-European languages in these points and in all points, but this is another story. Yeah? I would say Hittite is conceived here of as a daughter of Proto-Indo-European and a sister of all other Indo-European languages. In other words, what I shall try to set forth here is incompatible with the Indo-Hittite theory and with the theory that Hittite is a sister language. But this is not our major problem, yeah? This is here, yeah? Well, and now, cosa faccio? Ah, grazie. Yeah, well, I would have a look in this form. Obviously, it is not our aim to get in all the forms, could be impossible and not clear, yeah? But I have tried to stress here that the concepts are the same, but also some of the terms reappear. Let's have a look in point 1a. We have in Hittite, nakush sharningt. Nakush sharnit, yeah? And nakush is damage, something bad, and sarnik is to make good. Yeah, this sounds very curious, but it is English, and in colloquial Spanish it's also possible. We understand this. Obviously, we tend to say to have a reparation, but let's remain in make good. Yeah? And then we have this form here, and if we have a look about Latin here, in core Indo-European, Latin is the prominent form, we have, instead of sarning, we have sarcire. Spanish resarcir, probably Italian resarcire, non so, che vuol dire, which means to make something good. It is the same term. The formation is different, but the same lexem. Yeah, it's okay? And we have nakush. Nakush is something bad. And if we have a look in Latin, we have noxiam. It is not the same term, but it is the same lexem. Both are together, and they surely mean the same. In other words, this is a Paradebeispiel, a wonderful instance of continuity with even the same words. And if we have a look in the domain of Latin, noxiam sarcito, this text, this form is out of normal use in Latin. And we enjoy the indications of the lexicograph Festus, who says, noxiam sarcito, which means, may he good these good, what is damage, yeah? Explained as damnum solvito. In other words, Festus was acquainted with Lavoisier's theory of the continuity of the matter. Is okay? Also, the term became obsolete and not understandable, and he needs to be explained. Also, this is a kind exemplification of our starting point, so to say. Yeah? And beside, he says, damnum solvito. In other words, was the older people had say sarcire, we say solvere. While the other people say noxiam, we say damnum, danno. In other words, this is the development. Yeah? Pityingly enough, this happened very seldom. Why? Because between the documentation of Hittite in the middle of the second millennium and the oldest text of Latin, it is more than 1,000 years. Yeah? In other words, the language has time, the different languages have time to develop and to change the forms, even if the conceptual pattern remains the same. This is basically our starting point. And if you are ready to believe this, we can save a lot of time and attack the following pages. Yeah? This is basically the point. Yeah? We have also said Greek and Avestan are the most or the only revolutionary languages who modify the basic form to make good something and replace to pay for something or to make pay for something. Yeah? If we have a look in the last phrase is of Plato, we find the both possibilities together. We find, please have a look, especially on the bold, yeah, and in the translation. Yeah? So repair the damage, exiasto, is the term for repair. Exiasto is is pediatria, no? Is to save, to cure a disease. Yeah, and in the next sets we have triplasian ecteisato temblaben. Let him pay the damage. In other words, the old form, under the form of repair, and the innovative modification of the concept by means of pay. Also, you are the sinner, you pay. You are the offended person, you make the sinner pay for. Yeah? This is basically the point. And let's go to the... If we look at the domain of the languages which are dealing with paying and so on, again, we got to yellow. We find in Young Avestan, we have chikayat, this is expier. I mean, to pay for. The root is the same of pay. And in Greek is clear. You will pay for the slaughter of blah, 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 and so on. Yeah? And in Latin, we have expiare. In other words, the system is obviously the same. Latin is curiously most conservative, which is not very normal, and other languages have modified. Well, according to this, we find in other contexts, please allow me, understanding that we don't get in all the details, that there is a series of forms which are synonymous. We need terms for misdeed and terms for reparation. Yeah? And we have a wide series of terms. We don't get into the question, but we have for misdeed, we can say blood. And blood is metaphorically for a killing, and so on and so on. In other words, we have a wide variety of terms, but the concepts are always the same. Well, again, about this, if we turn to the other point, this is, to make pay, this has down the offended person. We have in Vedic chetar, is the one who makes pay. Obviously, this is a derivative. There is no phrase, we have no accusative object, but we have in genitive to pay for this, and these are the untruth, or the slaughter. You know? In this case, we see that all these forms in yellow, please allow me not to get into the details, are all belonging to the root of pay and make pay, yeah? And so on and so on. In other words, this is basically the idea, and what at the end of the day remains, I permit myself to go ahead without getting into the details, is that everything, with exception of Vedic, as in part Vedic and in part Greek, is the same concept, and innovation in this case. Well, it is a very nice point when we say the offended person take reparation. If we have a look in the Hittite text, we have take compensation for blah, 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 blah. In Rig Veda, in Vedic, we have making pay compensation. So explicitly, yeah? Rna is the form, yeah? And we have also a compound, Rna chit, the one who makes pay reparation. And in Greek is exactly the same, yeah? Well, in other words, the system is the same, and in one of them, we can focus on some cases because the variety of forms is one thing, and the uniformity of the concept is evident. Let's have a look here in the line 3. Latin, exigere, poscere, rna, ja, dicas aiteo, piacula. All this is exactly the same concept, the same context, everything, yeah? Only the forms are different, yeah? In other words, it's what we say, cretino e idiota. But, yeah, they are not lovely terms, but they are the same, yeah, you know. Well, in this point, let me please stress one very, very nice case. The type Vedic Rnaya, we don't need to know Vedic for this, yeah? It is obviously the one who demands compensation. Rna is compensation. Ya is the verb for exact compensation, exact reparation, and so on and so on. Jatar is the nomen agentis, the one who demands. It is not said what he demands, but we can obviously assume that he demands revenge, compensation, even if we have not explicitly this. And suddenly, at the end of, we have also a term, jatar. Jatar is translated as the punisher, but etymologically is the seeker, the one who seeks, parentheses, brackets, reparation. Yeah? And we have jatar, punisher, is said of Indra. One time, one god in Vedic, and suddenly in Greek we find a lost gloss by a crazy lexicograph of the 60th century Anni Domini who don't understand the term tseter. The term tseter is said to be a name of the god Zeus in Cyprus. Yeah? We can be sure that the man has not understood one single word. He has simply transmitted. But if we have jatar and seter, the phonetic correspondence is 100% the same. Yeah? And we can assume that the god is lover of avenge, of the revenge. Yeah? And in Latin we have petitor. Petitor means exactly the same as ja and se. And it is the plaintiff in a legal action. Yeah? Well, this is basically the point, and I would permit myself to spring into the second point. Sette. Barbarità. Grazie. Oh, I hope you appreciate the perfect reckoning of time. Yeah, well, also a second point, more abstract, is the concept of law. I understand for law, right, rightness, truth, and so on. Yeah? If we have a look on these forms, we can see a series. The different forms are very different as to the form. I am speaking about the abstract concept of justice, rightness, more or less close to truth and so on. Yeah? And then again, it is the same story. Different terms, identical concept. Two extremes which are really amazing. Yeah? In Anatolian, we had for this also in the right side of the page, we have the etymology in Indo-European terms. Ara is permitted. To make right, just, moral, rightus, etc. Yeah? We have in Tocharian a similar term to say it is correct. It is fitting. Is the idea of the correctness as justice as something who fits, who is fitting. Yeah, we shall speak about. Yeah, in Indo-Iranian is noun, always the same root, and suddenly. In Greek, we have another term, dike, which has nothing to do, etymologically, with to fit together. Dike has to do with dicere, indicare, and so on, yeah? Well, and in Latin, we have another term, jus, which is connected, as shown by Michael Weiss, with to join, unite, and so on. And we have also, when the law is sacral or divine, we have fas, something which is proclaimed, yeah? And so on and so on. In the different languages, we have different conceptualizations. If you kindly have a look right, you see we have the one thing who is true is being, or straight, or true, or fitting, and so on and so on. In other words, there is plenty of forms, yeah? Then the conclusion is, in a first approach, that we have different starting points. In the synchronic etymology, the meaning are the same and the functions are practically the same, but the origins are different, yeah? It is interesting to see. Again, the term for truth as something which is fitting compared with a will is very clear, and so on and so on. Yeah? Laura Massetti has proved also that the term for arete, for excellence in Greek, is l'ordine aggiustato, come una ruota. No? Bene. If we have a look at this, we have the same, an amazing coincidence between Vedic, Hittite, and Latin. These are three languages which has practically nothing in common. In other words, in this desolate context of languages which are far away the one of the other and of different structures, the coincidence is especially significant. Yeah, is okay? Well, on the other hand, we have clearly something about the character of the justice as something which is proclaimed, showed, demonstrated, and so on and so on. It's the case of dike in Greek, yeah? In Latin, we have dicis causa. It is a formular expression which is out of use, yeah? And we have in Latin fas, natural, divine law, but pa is to be visible and transitively to make something visible. Yeah? The idea is clear. Yeah? And if we compare, last line, non fas, nata ara, not permitted, dike, so the concept is always the same, but why are we arrived to this point? Now it is the moment to mention something I owe to my friend Timothy Barnes, but I think he is not right. There is a possibility of coexistence of two terms for justice, the one belonging to fit together, the other belonging to be brilliant, shining. We have said fitting, indicating, being shining. Yeah? And then it is a form in hieroglyphic Luwian. Barnes has brilliantly shown ara pata, which means a redundant expression, binomial, fitting and right. One of the terms is superfluous. but both together make the expression more strong, yeah? It's okay. He quotes a similar form in Tokarian B, yeah? And he gives probably the wrong interpretation, in my opinion. He assumes that ara has to do with to get upstairs, yeah? And, well, we remain friends, but I say this goes only over my dead body, yeah? Also, in my opinion, and this is the proposal I can do, ora is fitting, belonging to fitting like the wheel, like the justice, and so on and so on. And fa-ta is bright and shining, like Latin pas. Pas is connected with fare, fari, infants, and so on and so on. In other words, I assume that this is very nice instance of coexistence of both forms. If we go step by step, please allow me that we don't get into the details. Truth and rightness, not being the same, overlap very often in many contexts, yeah? And the instances are clear. Truth and reality, Gesetz und Wahrheit are together. Old English, Sod und Right, truth and right. These kinds of binomials means that the concept is more or less the same. On the other hand, and we are coming to Dico, we think of the concept of true utterance. The true utterance, the true word, is well attested in different traditions. For instance, in Hittite, Handan Memiam, Asant Memian. Asant vol dire means being, and being means real. And we have seen in Vedic and here. In other words, I hope it is clear from this set of forms, which we pityingly enough cannot discuss in detail, that the different lexems cross themselves in all directions, and at the end of the day, it's practically impossible to isolate one language from the others. Yeah? Well, we have this. The expression true utterance is well attested, number 2 in Vedic, number 3 in Avestan, and in Vedic, Gren and Avestan, it is very clear, with the force in number 4, as set forth by Massetti, yeah, and others. Yeah? And the most important, so to say, the rabbit in the cylinder, yeah, is the concept for utter show truth or utter rightness is attested also. This is what is demonstrandum, and I will not have time to demonstrate this, is attested in Hittite, in Vedic, in Homer, in Latin. And the concept of justice is obviously abstract, but we can have the form in a concrete realization, namely a judgment, a sentence, or the like. And this happens also in more than one tradition. We have the abstract, grazie, everywhere, and we have also the concrete meaning to say diverse verita, several truths, which means actually to give sentences. And we have in Hittite, again, Hittite is in all the parties. Yeah? Vedic, Rtani, Vad, Homeric, Dikas, and Nepein, and so on. All this fits into a diconu, which has been formulated in different manners by Luders, by Watkins, by Bonveniste. The justice is a kind, is attached to a word, intellectual force, verbally expressed, which ensures, Dico is le droit formulaire, prononcé avec autorité. When one speaks French, one tends to make it with grandeur. Yeah? But this is actually the form. Also, if we look into the patterns, it is very, very clear. We have said different forms, but the same uses and the same collocations. For instance, to pronounce judgments and sentences, Hanes Arhana, we have this in Hittite, we have this in Vedic, Rtani is plural. In Avestan, we have also a combination. Dice show a punishment, yeah? a concrete justice, and so on and so on. At the end of the day, the different facts try to show that there is a net of concordances attested in very, very many languages, which are not also the same. They cross each other, yeah? But at the end of the day, the net is rather complex. Exact meaning, different origins. And to get again to the meanings, have a look on this, yeah? We can assume that this is basically the formal structure. I would say a diptychon, if you allow me. The justice must be truth and must be formulated. This is, we can assume that the Indo-Europeans have in their brain, apropos this, yeah? And if we have a look in the different languages and traditions, there is also Old Irish, well, you get the handout later, yeah? We find Hittite, Vedic, Avestan, Vedic, Greek, Latin, Old Norse, Old English. Everything is there, yeah? We can assume this diptychon is crucial. The justice and the pronunciation, the formal manifestation of this. And thus let's different passages show this clearly. And at the end of the day, we have a standard problem, and this is our end. We have observed that in Greek, the term dike is very clear, but the term in itself contains not the lesser reference to a verbal expression. Excuse me, not to the less reference to fitting, to justice, and so on. Why is this to explain? How did it happen that dike has lost any context which remains, that it is about formula and justice, yeah? We assume that diptychon is utter rightness. I permit myself to assume that in Indo-European with asterisk, including Hittite, we have deik and harta, is the fitting, yeah? We assume, second step, that in Greek there is a lexicalization, dike is utterance of rightness, and at the end of the day, the last semantic shift leads to rightness and justice. And then we have, number 3, a scheme in which we have the term and we have not the verb. This is what in French we say, case vide. I have not been able to find the term in English. And I've forgotten to call you for help, yeah? And at the end of the day, we would say, in Greek, all the components of the diptychon have been concentrated in dike, and it remains something empty. This empty domain must be filled, and for this, Greek introduced a verb meaning pronouns, enepo, eireka, eipein, and so on and so on. Well, thank you very much for your patience, and apologize for such a...
Thank you very much to our speaker, and we have time for a super quick question.
Super quick. Jose, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for your very fascinating talk. We always learn a lot.
Thanks to you for your nice words.
Jose, always. So, and this hypothesis about decay is really insightful. But by the way, I have a very short question on a collateral issue. So, did you find any patterns of voice alternation, active versus middle, in the expressions of paying for repairing the damage versus get the damage repaired or paid for? With Teisai, for instance, in Greek, because your example somehow shows something.
Thank you very much. Well, we can continue the discussion later. Now it's time for a coffee break.
Okay, 1 minute of attention, especially to the students. The students who wish to have a certificate of attendance, they can stop to the table and they will receive. Okay.
Okay, so we're running a bit late, so may I ask the next speaker to approach the stage? Ok. No, però tu sei là, no? Devi usare questo qua per le slide. Perfetto. Ti va bene questo o vuoi il gelato? Cioè quello che tieni in mano? Ti va bene questo? Okay, so it's a pleasure to start the second part of this session on reconstructing culture by introducing our colleague Laura Massetti, Università di Napoli L'Orientale, who will talk about Indo-European poetry. Please.
Hello. Thank you for having me. First of all, thank you to the organizers for showing my presentation in this wonderful context. Can you hear me okay? I think like I hear my voice in the microphone. I hope it's okay. Okay, so as you have seen extensively in the former presentations, the reconstruction of the Proto-Indo-European language starts from the observation that two languages, say A and B, but we can have obviously more languages, display systematic similarities, and that these systematic similarities allow us to reconstruct a proto-stage from which both languages derive. So we imagine this scheme in a very, very, very simple form as A and B that can be traced back to O. What does the reconstruction of poetic language do? Well, we are interested with the poetic usages of these poetic language, of the poetic language of A and B. So we imagine the reconstruction of the poetic languages. We start from the assumption that in the same way as A and B can be traced back to a common ancestor, then also the artistic usages of these languages, call them A1 and B1, can be traced back to a protoform of the poetic language of this artistic language or language used for artistic purposes. What do we do with the, What do we do in comparative poetics? Usually, the study on comparative poetics started from very random and observations of coincidences. So, and what were compared in the first place were the most ancient poetic corpora of one tradition with the most ancient corpora of another tradition. So, for instance, people compared some expressions found in the Iliad and the Odyssey, which are the most ancient poems of Greece, with the Old Indic Rig Veda, a collection of in 10 books of liturgical texts that were hymns to different deities. This is one way, and it worked because it allowed us to observe a lot of very nice coincidences and expressions and matched and impressive similarities. However, other people, including me, think that it makes more sense to compare comparable literary genre. So this means that we should compare texts that were written for analogous occasions to other texts that were written for more or less the same occasions. This means that I will compare, for instance, Homer, what we call Homer, Iliad and the Odyssey, with the Sanskrit epic, for instance, but it also makes sense, for instance, to compare the Rig Veda not to Homer, but I will find more similarities if I look into a poet, the corpus of a poet who composed hymns and encomiastic poetry, such as, in our case, since it's very, very well preserved, Pindar. And I will come back to this in the end of my presentation with an example. So when we talk about poetry, one question arises is, what is poetry, of course? because we usually say poetic, this is poetic, but what did it mean in antiquity? So one thing is that poetry was, in antiquity, we know that poetry was sung and performed on occasions. So the performance of poetry, the production of poetry was bound to occasions. If there is no occasion, probably there is no poetry. And also poetry could vehiculate myths, problematization of things that existed in the society, or myths that concerned the origin of an object, the origin of a musical instrument, and so on. Things that were considered as important memories from the past that should be passed on. Okay, also, since poetry was performed, it was not written down, and in fact, we know that several studies have demonstrated that the most ancient phases of each almost each Indo-European traditions, attested tradition, were originally oral, and then there is an evolution till they are written down. So, since this is so in the most ancient phase of every historically attested tradition, we can assume that also in a prehistoric phase, poetry was produced and performed orally, and also was memorized. So memory played a major role in the transmission of poetry, and also, I will argue, in its production. So, okay. So, one way to answer, oh, sorry, I keep going up. Another question is, what did poets do? Poets were professionals, so yesterday Birgit showed us some passages in which somebody was lamenting that one could not pay Indra 10 cows. Who cannot be paid 10 cows to celebrate Indra? Probably the poet. So the poets were paid to perform during rituals, and this is an important component, but since this was a profession, and if we want to understand what poets do, what they learn, one good way to start is to look at what poets say about poetry, about themselves, which metaphors they use to describe their jobs. So let's look now into this. I will make one example from the Odyssey, because Greek literature is now what I do in life, so just bear it with me. There is not so much Greek in this presentation. I tried also to describe, but a few random words are there. So we are in the Odyssey 11. This is a point in which Odysseus has already told to Alcinous, the Phaeacian king, his story, the Apologoi. And at some point, Odysseus takes a break from this narration, and Alcinous congratulates to him for the way he narrates his adventures. And the words of Alcinous are, "Upon you there is a beautiful form of words, Greek morphe epeon, and in you are good wits and the story, as does a poet, oidos, with knowledge you have narrated in full." So this is a little summa what a poet does, or what a poet is, and how a poet is regarded in antiquity. A poet is somebody who is provided with knowledge. So the word here, I didn't write it down, is epistamenos, like episteme, in Greek, word Italian episteme, it's a Greek word, and also produces something which is endowed with a shape. And this metaphor that we find in the Odyssey fits very well in a system of metaphors. This is important for us because for the reconstruction of Indo-European poetry, we do not have that systematicity. So we have observed it with the lexical studies that we have today. Sometimes we don't have perfect match for everything, but we can reconstruct systems of things or of images, of poetic images, in a complementary way. So what does it mean to endow something with a shape? Well, we have some metaphors applying to the poet in Indo-European languages, and here always my examples are almost always Greek and Vedic, that use different verbs. One is the verb to fit, we just have seen in the precedent presentation, the famous root ar. In the Rig Veda, we find that the poet brings together, as an axe brings together a chariot, also We know that the axe doesn't do that. This is just the way we translate this word kulishas. Maybe other translations are available. Anyway, the chanters bring together with their insight the author, which is the god celebrated in this hymn, the god Agni, which is a fire deity. In Greek, we also have the same root, so the verb in Vedic hymn is sam rnavanti, which is Greek related, etymologically related to Greek enarmoxai. This is the verb enarmozo. And this is nice because in this Pindaric passage, the celebrated person is fitted with a song. So not only the verbs are related, but they are also constructed alike. I fit somebody with something. Something is the product that me, the poet, that I, the poet, am producing. Let's take then another example of activity is waving. In several Indo-European languages, we know that there are many roots for waving or creating different patterns, well, there is a list here, a table in which I provided you with selected examples of the use of the usages of this root web, which we find in Vedic, Avestan, Greek, and Germanic. Note that in Avestan, so while in Vedic, Greek, and Germanic we have metaphors that describe poetry as some sort of waving, in Avestan the root is directly lexicalized. So I say the root and it's lexicalized. It doesn't mean to wave, but it just means to sing, to celebrate somebody. In Latin, we have, it's a phenomenon we have already discussed, especially in the previous presentation, and also in Paolo Ardano's presentation, we have a different root, but the image is the same. Texere is not related to text, but is related to text, but not to web. Okay. So, what's the origin of this? Well, from modern observation of textile producers from India and Central Asia, Tak, in one article, 2006, observed that, of course, waving complex designs demands a memory effort. It demands the memorization of a great amount of numeric and chromatic information, and weavers then use rhythmic chants to remember distinctive numeric sequences and reproduce specific patterns. So it is possible that these metaphors originate from this very, let me say, concrete context and then passes on into the poetic word, which just loses the memory of the first context in which it originated. So now so all these examples are to show you that composing poetry is imagined as some sort of fitting together of different parts. In the following part of the presentation, let's look at more specifically into what these parts are. I have spoken about patterns, and well, patterns are peculiar to poetry because one essential part of poetry is metrics. And comparative studies on Indo-European metrics have shown that metrics of poetic languages of related traditions work in the same way. In particular, we observe an alternation of long and short syllables, and verses contain the same amount of syllables, and often, sometimes with the suppression of the final syllable, so they are catalectic versions of the same verse. And I just provided you with a short example, the Vedic Trishtub compared to the Vedic iambic trimeter. These are verses in which we observe sequences of 4 + 4 + 4, Greek. Eponde kai prinukka neude muttade, it should be like this, and the Trishtub in Vedic, which is 4 + 4 + 3. So the Vedic Trishtub looks like a catalectic version of something that resembles a Greek iambic trimeter, and this was explained by Meillet, and then reprised by several scholars, including Watkins. Okay, why metrics then? Well, metrics does have a hypomnemonic value. First of all, I said at the beginning that these poetic compositions were probably sung. okay, rhythm can have an aesthetic value, but also it has a hypomnemonic value. And this hypomnemonic, so the importance of memory, which I have stressed in the beginning of my presentation, is fundamental to understand a second feature. So we have looked at the metrics, which are like the bones of one text. Then, now let's look at the muscles or the organs, if you want. Formulaics. Scholars who worked on single Indo-European traditions identified the existence of fixed expressions, fixed combinations of words that apply to a certain idea and occur in fixed metrical places. This kind of phenomenon is called formula, plural formulae. So let's take, for instance, the famous formula. It's itself famous and it's about fame, imperishable glory, that occurs in Vedic as Akshiti Shravas, end of the verse, Akshiti Shravas, end of the verse, in Rig Veda 140, 8103, and 966. In Greek, the formula does not occur at the very end of the verse, but probably, well, its position is still conditioned by its use at the end of the verse and occurs as close aftiton. So we have in Greek close aftiton something, close aftiton something, close aftiton esse, close aftiton eie, and close aftiton exeis. Now, what's here? Not only these expressions occur towards the end of the verse, not exactly the end of the verse, but towards the end of the verse, probably enforce the preservative character of the metrics and the formulaics, but the words are also the same. So Shravas and Kleos go back to Kleos, and Akshiti and Aftiton are not identical, but share the first part of the words, which is reconstructed in this way, which is unpronounceable, and just leave it to you. Okay. Expressions similar to these, which are like very, very precise in terms of the etymological match that occur in more languages, have been long identified, and now I provided you with this list of which I call other building blocks of the text. So we have some examples of shared phraseology, for instance, the expression great path, Vedic macho achmasya, can be compared to Greek mega omnon, or holy energy, Ishirena manasa in this is instrumental case, can be compared to hieromenos and great glory. You see a lot of glory here. Mahishravas and megakleos, and name to be heard, Shrutiam naman, and onoma Kluton. So for all these expressions that I've listed here, scholars were able to identify common ancestors that are root and also morphological identical, which are shaped in the same way, not only the roots, but also the same type of name, so the same derivative. Okay, now we have looked into the bones, the muscles or the organs. Let's now look at the figure. Let's now look at the shape of the poems. And here, this final part of my presentation, I will present you with a case study in which I will show you how analogous literary genre work. So it has long been observed that it's a human tendency to begin a speech and end it with the same concept or sequence of words. It's a human tendency, so it's not only Indo-European. It doesn't look like it makes really sense to look for an Indo-European circular composition. However, which is called recomposition or circular composition. However, there might be a way to identify Indo-European recompositions. We should expect to find the same words, really pertaining to the same themes, in analogous literary genre. So in this case, I propose you a comparison between Pindar, a poet who lived in the 5th century BCE, so not the oldest poet of Greece, as I've already said, who wrote this poem down, so he didn't compose them on the spot like Homeric aoidos, and composed victory odes who celebrated men with, I will compare one victory ode, or the structure of one victory ode, to a hymn of the Rig Veda, which, as I said, is a collection of liturgical texts that has been orally composed and celebrate different gods. So what is in common here is this celebration of somebody. Okay. Okay. Yes. So I exemplified on this slide the repetitions of the third victory, the third Olympian ode by Pindar. This ode is particularly was written for Hieron of Syracuse. He was a tyrant of Syracuse. And what is nice here is that we have in the title of the ode that this ode was performed into a theoxenia. Riccardo mentioned yesterday the theoxenia. The theoxenia is a ritual party in which I invite the gods to have a meal with the sacrificers. So this theoxenia is also was probably done for the Dioscuroi. The Dioscuroi are a figure who is now recurrent and very familiar to you, these divine twins of the Indo-European pantheon. It's just a coincidence that I found this ode which has the Dioscuroi inside, but it's fine. They are called here Tundaridais or Tundaridan, which means sons of Tyndarus. And Tyndarus, who is Tyndarus? Tyndarus is the other father of the Dioscuroi, because the Dioscuroi are named in Greek after their father. They are the sons of Zeus or the sons of Tyndareus, and these are, but it's them, okay? So we have that the word Tundaridais and Tundaridan occurs at the beginning and the end of the ode. Verse 40 is the end of the ode, and that the word horse is repeated at the end and beginning and end of the ode. In the end of the ode, this is also embedded in one epithet of the two divine twins, because they are Euippon-Tindaridan, the Tindarids who have good horses. In the central part, so toward the center, we have another lexical repetition, which is the verb nissomai. Nissomai is a rare verb in Pindar. It means to come back. And it is related to the root nes, Riccardo is working on this, which means to achieve the desired goal or to go home. The central myth, why is the root nes, or the verb of movement, embedded here? Because, well, probably because the gods were invited to move on this theoxenia, so this is relevant to the context in which the ode was performed, and also it's related to the myth of Olympian tree. The myth of Olympian tree concerns how Heracles moved one plant, the olive tree, from the Hyperborean land to Archaea Olympia, what we call Archaea Olympia nowadays. Now, what is nice is that the word hippos, Euippon, is related to one name of the divine twins in Vedic, Ashvin, and the verb nissodai, nissetai, is related to the other name of the divine twins in Vedic, because they have two names, like Tundaridais and Dioscuroi in Greek. They are called Ashvins and Nasatya. So the first root echoes the horse and the second nes, so as I already said. Why did they have different names? Well, because probably, as yesterday Christian Christiansen said, the divine twins were the escorts of the sun. So they escorted the sun during the day, and they moved during the day with hippoi, so with horses. So the divine twin of the day, the diurnal divine twin, moves with the horse. The nocturnal divine twin goes back, nes, with the boat and with other animals. Okay, so now let's have a look to something comparable in Vedic. In Vedic we have, I just brought you here one example of a section of a hymn, very, very short. And just to show you that this hymn is comparable in its content, not in totally in its shape. It's a hymn to all the gods, which features a part dedicated to the divine twins. Note that here too, the divine twins are invited to participate in the ritual, and then this invitation, correlates with the repetition in orange of the verb gacciati, which means to move towards a goal, and also of soma, somino, which is the direction of the movement. It's what I drink during the ritual, so the soma, which is the inebriating drink of the ritual. And also note that, yeah, we have actually the same repetition, because ashvinau is, or ashvina, is repeated in every single part of the hymn. Ashvinau, ashvinar, just two forms of the dual of the name in Vedic. So we have what we can compare: the reenaction of movement through the iconicity, so through this repetition of the verb to move in a sort of circular way, which is exactly what these deities do. The divine twins invited in a ritual, so the occasion in which they are invited, the repetition of the root for words, for horse, so hippon, ashvins, and also what that is kind of nice, because this verb is really rare in Pindar, the fact that Pindar uses nissomai for the movement of people and things that move in the ode, which also correlates, which is related to the same root from which also Nasatya, the other name of the divine twins, descended. So in conclusion, so because I have to wrap it up, I think my time is out. In this short presentation, I didn't tell you what comparative poetics is, because it's 20 minutes are not enough to give you an idea of what you can do, but I just tried to provide you with some impressions of what poets do and how, what they construct, and also what are the different parts that they assemble with, since they visualize their own work as as the assemblage of different parts. So, and the different areas in which we can work on comparative poetics, which are metrics, formulaics, and phraseology, and ring composition as an inherited device to build text. So, organization strategy of the materials. With this, I thank you for your attention, and yeah, thank you again for your organizing.
Thank you very much, Laura Massetti, and we have time for one question, perhaps. Yeah, Birgit Olsen. Wait for the microphone, please.
A small detail. I didn't really get the formalities of nissomai. In your opinion, it's the same root, ness, as nasatya? How do you get the e?
It's a reduplicated form, nins.
Oh, it's a reduplicated
yes,
form.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you can say it's a desiderative. In fact, you have also the desiderative form in Vedic. But it means something else in Vedic. Nimsate, it means to kiss. Or something, or yes, or to caress. Yes, it exists.
Okay, if there are no other quick questions or remarks, we can still talk more during the discussion. Let's thank our speaker again. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Matilde Serangeli, who will tell us more about Indo-European medicine. Okay, how we can reconstruct Indo-European medicine. Please, Matilde.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation. And I'm very glad to be the last one, actually, to speak at this conference, because you will see what I am going to tell you has a lot to do with what all my colleagues have already told you in these days. So it will make much more sense now after all the other talks. So in European medicine, the first thing that I allowed myself to be wild optimistic from the beginning, so with the triumph of death, so everyone dies. This is a kind assumption. We can be very safe about that, and this is kind of a message I would like to say from the beginning, in the sense that we have many problems in understanding how the past was and how can we reconstruct culture and all that such things, but we can be quite safe by saying that they did not want to die, right? They want to not become ill. They surely tried everything possible to stay alive. So this is the first assumption I think we can say about that. And, and this is quite helpful, actually, because we should also think in a quite different way when we think at medicine in the past, right? Medicine, and I will come back to this in the sense that I don't like very much to speak about medicine in this specific case, in Indo-European stuff, but we will, again, speak about that. So, but medicine was obviously less specialized and embedded in a broader cultural practices. Diagnostics and healing process went hand in hand with magic, rituals, and religion. And this is why, actually, you will hear from me things that you have already a bit heard from Paola D'Ardano, for example. How did they create a language and to describe their body's conditions with the level of medical knowledge they had? And in other words, how did they talk about health? And actually, this is what I'm interested, really interested to. So the roadmap for today, I will divide my talk in two parts. In the first one, I will try to speak about what do we mean with Indo-European medicine, and I will try to speak about a few topics. There are actually many others, but of course in 20 minutes it will not be possible to address all of them. So the threefold concept of medicine, there's some structural parallels between texts, seen and unseen worms, where worm is disease for the Indo-Europeans, and some metaphors, for example, the healer as a fashioner, the ill body like a broken chariot, and the full recovery is meant as the capability to walk again. And in the second part, I will address the question, Indo-European medicine or Indo-European medical language? And I kind of already told you what I prefer, so actually medical language sounds better for many reasons. And I will try to say some words about body parts, disease vocabulary, some remedies vocabulary, and I will address some common issues and possible solutions. Of course, it's too much for 20 minutes, so I will try to say a couple of things for each point. So what do we mean then with Indo-European medicine? I will not speak about all the history, of course, of the field, but it's kind of important at least to mention these a few ones here. So the first studies about what we call Indo-European medicine are focused on really one thing, actually, the comparison between a few texts, which we will see in the next slides, and they try to compare them to try to understand if there was a kind of methodology, let's say so, in a sort of medical practice. And I can already anticipate you that, however, the studies on Indo-European medical terminology are way more popular, let's say, than just a comparison about these medical practices, because we don't have that much. This is the real reason. So the studies on medical terminology then are restricted, let's say, to two subgroups, the etymological and comparative studies, and the literature studies, so the medical practice in the single Indo-European branches. So this second point has not much to do with reconstruction, of course. So this is something you already heard from Paola D'Ardano, so I will try not to spend too many words on that then, changing a bit my schedule then. This is the Pindaric passage from the Pythian tree, and on the other side you see the three points that are perfectly overlapping with or corresponding to Pindar. They came to him with ulcers that the flesh had grown, or their limbs mangled with grey bronze, or bruised with the stone flung from afar, or the body sore with summer fever or chill, and he released each man and led him from his individual grief. Some he treated with gentle incantations, and in Avestan, so in Indo-Iranian, we have also the same subgroups, so we have incantations. Some with healing potions drink, or he tended their limbs with salves from near and far. And again, we don't have potions, but we have herbs in Avesta, but it's the same. And some by the knife he set on their feet again, so some sort of curative, and this is also, again, something we have in Avestan with knife. This is just a representation, Greek representation of what I have read now in translation. Good. There is another component, another parallel beside Greek and Avestan, and it's Old Irish. So this is wonderful because we have Greek, then we have Indo-Iranian, so Iranian in this case, and on the other side we have Celtic, which are three very different branches. So if we find some similarities between them, it's really, really good. So in Old Irish, we see also something very clear, I think, right? So Miak restores Nuda's hand by incantation, joint to joint and sinew to sinew. Or from another paragraph, from Miak's grave grow 365 herbs corresponding to the number of his joints and sinews. His sister Ermend arranges them, but the Antec mixes them up to conceal their healing properties. And finally, Miak is killed by 4 skilled cuts of his father's sword, surgical strikes. So I think it's very, very clear. So a second thing, a second comparison, very, very well known, is about seen and unseen worms. As I told you before, worm is just a word for disease, something that we can see or we cannot see, no? Depending on which kind of disease we have. But again, we have a striking parallel between Latin, Umbrian, and Vedic, which is usually accepted. And just trying to say something and connect it to what Thomas Hollander told us yesterday, what can we do when we find such comparisons? Of course, we can pick our binary representations of the evolution, the development of the branches, and we can try. I'm not saying that it's 100% correct. I'm just saying this is what our methodology led us to do. We try to understand at which level can we theoretically posit this equation. And in this case, if we have this in the Italic branch and the Indic branch, then we should probably have it in Indo-Iranian, and then if we go back, we can just go back only until the node Indo-Celtic, which is the latest common point for these branches. So if we go now to the structural parallels, this is also something very, very famous, actually. This has been, as you see already, really many, many years ago, a comparison of worm terms proper in the Atharva Veda, so in Indo-Iranian, with Germanic terms, again, worms as a symbol, again, of diseases. We also have some comparison within Germanic languages between Old High German and Old Saxons, and actually also other parallels, but I had to make a choice. So this is also something Paolo Dardano mentioned, so the Mersenburger spell, the second one, where we can see a parallel again in the structure, basically. So we have bone to bone, blood to blood, joint to joint, so may they be glowed, and on the other side, in the Atharva Veda, we also have something more elaborated here, actually. Let your marrow be together with marrow and your joint together with joint, and so on. I mean, it goes just more specific. A final thing, which is also very famous, is a kind of arbitrary list with a structural set. So this is the denomination by Watkins and following Jamison about that. So we find a list a proper list with as you see, of some body parts, like hair, skin, blood, fat, flesh, sinews, bone, joint, and marrow. And this list has the peculiarity that it always comes, or most of the time comes, in the same order. This is the thing. And we can find it in Vedic, in Iranian, but also, and as also Paolo Dardano said, in Anatolian, even if there are some differences there. The most exciting thing, if you ask me, is that we find this also, to some extent, in Tocharian. So again, in a branch which is very, very different from the other ones. And this is what makes this especially interesting. Now we go to another topic. The healer has a fashioner. Now we have a broken chariot and a body structure, and these two things are put in comparison. This is again our Pythian tree, so the same as before, but of course in another passage. So I would have him be as he was when he once reared the gentle craftsman of body strengthening relief from pain, Asclepius. Asclepius is the god of medicine, hair and protector from diseases of all sorts. And so on. Now all who came to him afflicted with natural sores or with limbs wounded by great bronze or by a stone, this is what we read before. And at the end, there is a solution, a healing process, where he applied remedies to all parts of their bodies. Still others he made stand upright with surgery. Stand upright means just they healed. These are just the parallels that we find in the Atharva Veda. So if falling in a hole he has been injured, or if a hurled rock has struck him, then made the tar unite the limbs joint with joint as Rbu the parts of a chariot. So here there is this beautiful simile between a body, a human body, and a chariot. And this Rbu is just the counterpart of Asclepius in this case. They are not the same deity, but they have the same characteristics as a craftsman. So Rbu is the craftsman par excellence. So this parallel is perfect again. And more exciting, the verb for to fashion, tax, from a root tek, is also the same root that we find in Greek, tektona. So in this, exactly in this passage about the craftsmanship of Asclepius. Another point, another passage, so he may stand up upright with surgery. Again, we find the same metaphor in the Atharva Veda. You dare stand up, advance, run along, chariot has strong wheels, and so on. The rims and hubs stand erect firmly, and this again means that the person has healed. And here again, a comparison with the chariot. So be steady in this way as a chariot goes, with good wheels, with good follows, and so on. These are the results from a paper by Laura Massetti. I will fix you, a chariot simile. And this is just to show you these results. It's just what we already discussed, just a bit more detailed. And we have then in this parallel the Greek fashioner of painlessness is the healer, so with these words that we already commented. Fashioner in different contexts, we have also the same root, and then at the end the success of the healing practice. Again, what we do with that? If we have these elements, then we can go back probably to Indo-Greek. But if you ask me, I think there is a third comparandum from Tocharian, from a very nice narrative about the so-called lion makers, because they are a group of people, are princes, we don't go into the details, but they find a dead lion and they try to make him alive again. And there is this ritual, and they try more or less the same things that we have seen now in Pindar and in the Atharva Veda. So I simply go a bit quicker in order to tell you everything I plan to. So we don't read all the details, but as you see, we have some phraseology, some fixed formulas with put together broken bones, and this means heals, the healer acts like a craftsman again, or interweave completely bones with sinews, or restore exactly someone or a thing, a bone, exactly like before, for example. And this is just a prospect of this motif, first, so the healer as craftsman, between the Tocharian phraseology and the Vedic and Greek parallels by Laura Massetti. And the second motif is the full recovery of the patient to be able to work, right? And we find this in Tocharian too. Go from resting or lying place means just to have been healed, or make someone living again. So exactly the same thing. And in Tocharian, we also find a vague and embodied vocabulary, which is also what we have discussed briefly in Indo-Iranian and Greek. But in that case, it's not inherited. It's probably just something that came from the Indo-Iranian branch. So to sum up, we have already discussed very briefly 5 very nice parallels. So we can be quite sure by saying at least that we can do this kind of methodology. We can apply this methodology. It brings something. So healing with words, seen and unseen worms, body parts list, healer as a fashioner, fixing a ill body like a broken chariot. And through this, by means of this methodology, we could even be that lucky that we could go back to Indo-Tocharian and Indo-Celtic. So, I mean, quite, oops, sorry. How does it work? No. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So, but how can we enrich our corpus? A colleague, so Langslow, in 2004 wrote that the once frustrating and exciting aspect of such comparanda is that there is no systematic way of accumulating further examples other than by reading, remembering, and hoping. Yeah, it's like praying or something like that, but it's true. So this must remain open. The second part of my talk will be a bit quicker because of time. But as I told you, the question is Indo-European medicine or rather Indo-European medical language. I'm for the second one, and I have started myself a database of medical language, which is in work in progress. This is why I put this plus, because the numbers are changing. Of course, beside these wonderful comparisons, we should also try to be very practical, very concrete, I think. So we should try to start from body parts, which I tell you there are not the problems. I mean, we have very good, well reconstructed words for body parts, and if something is not, if we cannot reconstruct something, I mean, we know that we had, I don't know, 5 fingers, right? So we don't need to reconstruct exactly each part of our body to be sure that there was something like that. Way much interesting, more interesting is the disease vocabulary, but unfortunately is also really difficult to reconstruct because, of course, there are common issues in that. A lack of a clear documentation and subjectivity of the description in antiquity, the risk of a retrospective diagnostic approach using modern knowledge, disease development in history, of course, historical intellectual context, and a sort of Greco-Latino-centric approach, and a very broad and boring semantics. What I mean by that, that even where people have tried to do it systematically, this comes from Mallory and Adams, so it's just a list of all possible roots and words related and reconstructible to our Proto-Indo-European level or some sort of prehistorical level, they are very boring in the sense that they don't tell us anything about the culture. I mean, a group meaning in the historical times several different things, then go back to roots like strength. Another goes back to that, sorry, it was a Italian moment. Another one is the visible, what we can see, of course. They could see something and they could describe it as a disease, but they had no idea in most cases what was something that is invisible, right? Like the major part of of diseases, and a fourth group which has to do with the semantics of pain. This is very frustrating, and it remains frustrating even if we try to do something with semantics, which is actually my favorite field, and what I do most of the time, but it remains frustrating also in that case. So we could also try to look at the semantic change that we have for some roots and for some words in this field. It pays, I'm sure about that, but we need a lot of time yet to have some good results on that. So if we go further, we try to etymologize, right? But what is probably a sort of negative point, a weak point of this of this etymologizing that leads to these boring semantics? Certainly, the problem is in the vocabulary, in the knowledge of the ancient peoples about diseases, for sure. But also the fact that if we try to etymologize something, we should, before formulating any hypothesis on the etymology of terms with a bearing on cultural items, the whole file of information about the realia needs to be scrutinized, and the Benelux motif for the words under consideration analyzed. What does it mean concretely? That actually we should try to open a kind of sub-research field, because I think it doesn't exist a proper Indo-European sub-research field on medicine and medical stuff, and try to combine way more perspectives. So we can, of course, go ahead with etymological and comparative studies, literature studies, of course, but the thing is, what already in the 2004, so way before the genetic ancient DNA and so on, Langslow wrote, problems, so this is a situation, de facto I can also read that, a considerable body of systematic work on medical vocabulary in the individual languages, some collections of raw material in Indo-European, together with a mass of smaller studies of individual groups of relevant words, each with different particular interests, the range of which indicates from the problems, both the problems and the potential contributions proper to a study of this sort. And an important third set of sources in studies of medical history and medical anthropology, bring on paleopathology and the history and ethnography of notions of the body, health, disease, and healing. Well, this is, of course, what we were expecting from. It was great, of course, in 2015 as all this stuff from ancient DNA started to give us some support and some inspiration, as we have said in these days. This is not a specific paper about the content, but I liked very much the chronology here with the reconstruction of possible infectious diseases and plagues. I'm just showing you this because the first thing that we tried to do, of course, where we got very excited was, oh, cool, now we know where, when, and where an infectious disease or a plague happened, so now maybe we can do some correlate. But this was really frustrating, actually, to see that the two things cannot be that easy correlated because of the very reasons we also said in these days. But I tried at the beginning, actually, and I tried with leprosy, because leprosy is something, sorry, again, the same problem. It's counterintuitive, the same. So I tried with leprosy because leprosy is something you see, right? So you see the symptoms, right? So if you can see the symptoms, you can expect at least that there was a better description in antiquity about that, about the symptoms, so that you can be a bit more sure about what they were seeing. So it was really leprosy, or it was something a bit different, kind of just skin disease. And it was frustrating anyhow, because actually this is not really possible. Sometimes, yes, in some culture it was in Greek, at some point it was quite clear that it was really leprosy, but in many other cases it was really just a skin disease probably, and we cannot be that sure. Anyway, I tried, as you can see. I got some results in the sense that each branch has a different root, so it's really difficult to go further than that in that specific case. It's already something, of course, because we can say something. In some cases, we only have long words about leprosy, so in Armenian, as you can see, or in Tocharian. But in the other cases, I at least think to have identified which kind of root we had there, which kind of vocabulary we could have there. No. But, as you can see, it's also frustrating from a semantic point of view. Everything means the same, right? But this can be, I mean, scab, rough, dirty, spotted, spread, colored, can be used for several things, right? So I cannot imagine that this was restricted to leprosy, and this makes, of course, the whole thing a bit difficult. And so what do we do with this now if we have several roots for each branch and no branch, there is no couple of branches who can share something? Of course, we cannot do anything, unfortunately, with that. So the very last part of my talk, I wanted to show you briefly what I think could be the direction we should take as linguists. Of course, diseases, and especially infectious diseases, are a product of our history. This is not something I said, of course. Many people have written about that. I like this book, which was written by a classicist, and maybe because of that, I found easier to follow what he was trying to show in his book. So that again, diseases are a product of history, and of course, Indo-Europeans are a strong part of that, especially when they started to domesticate animals, or of course, even more when they started to live together in communities that which grow up. But this is something we heard in these days very well from people who are more specialized than me in that. So my personal idea is that we as linguists also should try to use several semantic fields that are not related, directly not related with medicine. I mean, if we go further, try to etymologizing words that are only medical terms, we will not find anything, in my modest view. I think we should use the results from all the other subfields. This is why I created this thing. So we can, for example, divide our knowledge, our corpus in 3 subgroups: something about health, something about environment, something about ideas and knowledge. This means all things that were clearly part of the Indo-European culture at several different extent, and we should try to understand how they tried to incorporate a new technique like medicine, right, into their world. And I'm pretty sure that they tried to do that by means of metaphors, by means of similes, whatever. So they tried to say, I don't know, I know, for example, chariot. I'm an Indo-European guy, and I know my chariot, and this is why I can speak about something new, for example, a disease that I don't know, by means of comparison with the chariot. This is what we found a few minutes ago in Indo-Iranian and in Greek, for example. This was a very basic example because we don't have time. So the explanation, and this is something which fits very well what we have learned in these years, in these last years, from archaeologists and geneticists, right? So the explanations of big transformations like epidemic, in prehistory as being driven by catastrophic events should be abandoned. Now, instead, a more dynamic approach should be considered that explains large-scale events by correlating small-scale ones. And this is perfect if you try to incorporate, if you try to understand a new semantic field like disease vocabulary, like medicine, through all the other subfields that are already present in your culture. So the reconstructed proto-languages provide clues to the environmental context and stage of development of prehistoric groups. In the case of the Indo-European speech community, fundamental terminologies linked to technology, social organization, and religion. And this, again, is something that we can relate with the chariot. So I'm finished. This is just what I just did. Again, is the structure of my database of medical language, the methodological attempts that I'm trying to use, semantic change, phraseological pattern, and metaphors, but especially using, again, these semantic fields that are not only restricted to medical stuff, stricto sensu. These were just a couple of examples. We can just keep this. This was just an example. It's not a problem. And so, thank you for your attention. If we fail to improve, as again Langslow wrote 20 years ago, if we fail to improve our picture of ancient and prehistoric patterns of motivation in these fields and the cognitive models lying behind them, should be not because we don't want to try. So we are just trying to create these new subfields like Indo-European medicine or medical stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matilde. And now, so I would say that perhaps all the speakers of today can join us here for the discussion. But first, I would like to ask if there are any questions specifically for the last talk. Okay, then all the speakers here, and please, and question, please, microphone to Esquivilesa.
So thank you very much, very interesting. I was wondering, I mean, now you went for leprosy, right? That makes sense because, as you say, well, there's some kind of physical appearance with leprosy, right? But why don't you go and take, you know, the genetic findings of pathogens? I mean, things like plague, for example. Like plague, yeah. Plague, because you can just use the genetic record. I mean, it's hugely, it's been hugely distributed, right? Starting a little more than 5,000 years ago, and yes, you can't see it. You can't. I mean, there would be pretty good data out there, right? To say something about when do you find plague across Eurasia at different time periods. So could you use that as a means to then go and look for the linguistic part of plague? And I was thinking about your tree, right? I mean, it could be interpreted in different ways. It could be, well, you know, if you're very confident about your tree, linguistic tree, it could actually be a mean to say where did it start, right? What is the origins, and then how does it distribute if you're very confident about the linguistic tree? And otherwise, of course, it can also be used the other way around, right? To maybe infer if there's differences or uncertainties in the linguistic tree.
Thank you so much. Yes, I started with the plague. This was the first thing I did in 2018.
Yeah, you couldn't find anything there?
No, the problem is bigger. The problem is that in the Indo-European vocabulary, in the several branches, there are plenty of words that are related to something that we translate with something like plague, but it's not a plague, you know. It's just, you know, a plague in broad sense. So it's a nightmare to start with. I mean, I started with that, and at some point I started with plague. I looked into other infectious diseases, leprosy, icterus, I don't remember now, smallpox, things. I looked after many things for several months, years. I mean, it's not my main research field, my main research. I don't have a research project about that, but I love that, so I go back systematically to that. But I mean, in some cases, I really had to think at some point, no, it's impossible. So not as impossible generally, but it's at least impossible now. This is why I think we should, circumnavigate and try to create this subfield, because it doesn't exist. I mean, it doesn't exist for a reason, and that is really difficult and probably has a lot of limits. But I wish we could make a group for doing that, because we just started. Even if these things that I mentioned have been already written in the 19th century, these are just isolated things. Then, and the second problem is, of course, that most of people who were interested in medicine, I think, switched. This is smart, actually, to do if you want some results. They switch to magic, to rituals, and this is, of course, not.
Yeah. But
really
you can't go. I mean, I'm probably super naive about because I'm not a linguist, right? But you can't kind of go backwards where you say, okay, in these historical texts, we know with very large certainty, let's say medieval times and stuff, right? This is plague. Right? We have, and then you are kind of tracking back the word for some of the other diseases where it's uncertain based on the description, but the word, kind of the evolution of the word backwards will kind of imply it's the same origins, and then go that way back. I know it's probably very naive, but...
No, it's not naive, it's just that there is semantic change. There is variation. This means in Middle Age we find, of course, a better understanding of words, or of historical facts. But doesn't mean anything for the, from a lexical point of view, it doesn't mean anything for what these meant in prehistory or in ancient times. You have to find at least three branches which with to some grade of certainty mean that thing. Okay. Middle Age is too late for that. Okay. It can be, it surely is a development, a lexical development, semantic development.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But I would love to speak with you about things.
Interesting. I'm also trying to get my head around how it's working, this linguistic.
This is also why I asked you this Christmas wish about Atlas.
No, it makes sense now. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
it might not be a question just to the panel, but also to the archaeologists. Today, we heard about poet and also healer and so on. So my question is, how they were perceived in the society? Because yes, you said that the poets were paid. You said the poets were paid. So probably they did not stand up too much into the society. But what about the healer? And so this is why I would like to include in the discussion the archaeologists. Can you find anything related to healers or priests or something which can give us some clue about the standing of those type of figures?
If I can talk for the texts which talk about poets, and then we can say we can also observe how these things correlate with what we have in graves. But this is a level of which is much advanced, like for Greece, for instance. In texts, we know that poets are regarded. Yes, maybe they were not a figure of they were not from the. First of all, we have to distinguish tradition from tradition. Because, for instance, I made examples from the Rig Veda in which the poet is also a priest, and that's something. And in some traditions, this is a different social class. But if we look at the singer of tales in Homer, for instance, is not a priest. However, he is treated with much respect. We also know about mythological poets, for instance, Orpheus, who is not a priest, is a poet, but he is connected in historical times to a cult, so the Orphic cult, which is alternative religion, for instance, in Greece. So I think the situation is very complex, and there are many differences, because what we see at the historical level in the text need much contextualization. And of course we can relate the single traditions to single archaeological data, but this is what we already know. I think you are interested in a previous level of, it's a category that it's sort of difficult to reconstruct. Another question for me would be really nice to investigate is the reconstruction of musical instruments. So, right, healers and poets have a toolbox. Instruments, like the other one used the knife, this other used the musical instruments, but is there something, I don't know, this is a question for Christiansen, maybe, but yeah, would be, but occasionally we can reconstruct some rituals, that's already something I see, I think.
I will just answer as an archaeologist. Of course, that's extremely hard to find, but I think that the best place to go is actually ethnography, right? Where you can see that poets are often very highly regarded because they're entertaining, right? And they're not only entertaining, but also passing down important information. So I would, as an archaeologist, turn to anthropology.
Birgit.
Thank you. This is a little footnote to Professor D'Artano's very interesting talk. I think one may make case for an Indo-European verbal root, meaning at the same time to bind and to execute magic. And that's the root schai. And you yourself, you mentioned almost seder, which is binding and magic. You also have, I think, Lithuanian saitas from the same root and the same meaning, and Welsh hud. And in Sanskrit, I think there's a passage about the god Varuna, who is really the big magician, who is a Seta, all from the same root.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that in Hittite, the verb ishchai just means bind, and it doesn't seem to have any sort of connections with magic. So that may be one of the little signs of Hittite preserving the original meaning, and then a core in European sort of association between binding and magic. Just a suggestion.
Thank you for your suggestion. I found one attestation of the participle of ishai, to bind, in the meaning of to be ill, to be bewitched. There is one attestation.
Oh, thank you. And by the way, now I come to think of it, I think that Merchet has some, I think, a duplicated version of a verb in Luwian, where it also seems to be something magical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a question back there.
So a question for Matilde Serangeli. So you showed a passage in Vedic in which the healer is asked to bruise seen and unseen worms, and it reminded me of the Canterbury charm in which Norse god Thor is asked to is invoked against disease, and Thor is quite clearly a fighter, So I was wondering if there is an Indo-European theme of the healer as someone who physically fights against disease.
I don't know if there is some reconstruction for that a healer can be also a warrior for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, in Watkins, it's about that, but I don't remember the details actually. Do you remember the details?
Kind of. So it's in his 1995 book, How to Kill a Dragon, in which he talks about this, what he calls a basic formula. You can call it also differently, okay, because it's not a formula. It's a, okay, but yeah, it's another matter. And it starts from the myth of smashing the dragon. He passes then on to the myth of fighting an enemy, and then basically enemy is visualized or represented poetically as a dragon, a worm. So you can connect the things, but you should look in his book because I think you will find what you search. I don't remember like.
But this is what I meant. I mean,
so Thor. He mentions Thor actually. So.
Yeah.
So I think he discusses it in his book.
This is what I meant. I mean, I didn't remember the details in the sense which of the disease is mentioned.
No, I don't know.
This
It
is what I
just
meant.
mentions the worms,
Okay.
but not like I don't think it maybe he mentions a specific disease.
This is what I meant.
But
I mean, the book is, of course, very famous and it's about this meet with dragon and worms, but I don't remember if he even goes farther and mentioned what you are saying, or if he even mentioned that the worm in that specific myth is also an avatar of a disease or something like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, mythologically, something that you can see is that often a god who is associated with healing may also be associated with disease, because it's the same thing. It's just you need a disease to be healed, and so on. So just like a god who is associated with victory, of course, it's victory for one side, but it's defeat for the other side. So the same god may be associated both with victory and with death or defeat. So that's the case, for instance, with Apollo, Apollon, or sorry? Exactly. So with gods, for instance, Apollo famously at the beginning of the Iliad, he's a god who was associated with healing, but at the beginning of the Iliad, he's the one who is actually making the Greeks die because with a pestilence because of their.
But again, I don't remember a case where Apollo defeats the disease. But of course,
Yeah.
there are oppositions, as you say. Yeah.
Mythologically, Apollo also is a warrior in a way. There are myths where he kills dragons and so on. But the personification, or I don't know how to call it, but sort of personification of the disease as an opponent.
As a monster or something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Currently.
Just Asclepius is son of Apollo.
Well, maybe I can ask a question.
I have an observation to Professor Garcia Ramon on his talk. I kept it for now. So if I can, you talked about this ere pate ara pata in this Luwian. So okay, well, you have these Avestan names of like Artabanos, and which probably reflects Ar and Ba, which is what you were looking for. So in Avestan, there are more names like this, Artabanu and Artaban. I don't know, maybe not with To, but it's definitely attested, and so I think it makes, I mean, it supports your hypothesis, and also, of course, pacifies areta in Bacchylides. Yeah, so you have this combination, these two notions becomes then very popular, that something that is very well arranged shines, emanates this light. Yeah, so I think it supports your interpretation, since there is another one and it's relevant.
Thank you very much, Laura. Actually, we have spoken about this in Vienna 2014 in November. Thank you very much, but I had forgotten. And what you mean is wonderful support for this. Yeah, perhaps we could explain this a little bit in order to avoid that this remains a kind. No, you mean, yeah. Also, thank you. Yeah, actually, Laura is meaning this binomial in which we have, on the one hand, R to fitting together, and on the other, a form which is pa, pata, pate, and so on. And as Laura has stressed, this belongs to the root, to the lexem, meaning be visible. And the causative form of this is to make something visible. And this has yielded a semantic shift so that we have in Armenian and in Vedic, ban meaning make visible speaking. In Armenian, opening. In other words, a transfer between the visual perception to the auditory perception. Yeah. So, and actually, Arta Bana is perfect. Yeah. Also, perhaps we can pay honor to Timothy Barnes, who has called our attention about this diptych in hieroglyphic Luwian and also in, yeah. I think he's not right, but he deserves our thanking because he has observed this and the problem of the alternative. So I am glad that you accept also this possibility and support with Artabana. The problem of the alternative view, you find this in Die Sprache of the last year, is that he assumes that R, this is not crazy, he assumes that R has nothing to do with our commonly accepted fitting, etc., but with put upstairs, also upright, yeah? And he makes a kind of combinations which are in themselves not crazy, but have the major problem of atomize the facts. Yeah. So in fact, to be stand up is in order because this is a manner of be right. In fact, the adjective orthos in Greek, we have in modern languages orthodontia and so on and so on. Ortho is in principle something who stands up, and secondarily becomes politically correct, ethically correct, and so on and so on. Yeah? Even in the case of a path, of a way, there are a couple of instances in which orthos, hodos, means an arduous, upright way, difficult to walk. And later, it means simply the right worth. So the path in origin is straight, and this is eutus, Vedic sathu. Yeah? In other words, what Timothy says is wonderful, only, in my opinion, he fails to argue, and I have threatened him with taking my gun when he tries to explain R without R, arete, and R, and so on, yeah, and I say, I'm sorry, well, but this is very interesting and wonderful. There are more names in Avestan.
This is actually a Greek name, but it's Iranian in Ecclesias. And,
and so perhaps for our colleagues of the anthropology and so on, this form with Artabano, Artafernes, Arta, they are names evoking the justice, the correctness, and so on. This is a principle very living in the Iranian world, which in many respects is close to our world, rather more than other words like Vedic and so on. Yeah? So thank you.
And second small thing also on your talk is that you had this dike to other dike, and I mean maybe it was in your dossier, you went quite quickly through it, so I didn't catch it, but maybe, and I'm sure you already know, but it's interesting that dike in Hesiod, no, is represented as a goddess who tells verbally. Gerueto is the verb. To Zeus.
You give me the...
It's in Works and Days, in the famous passage in which there is this portrait of Dike who sits close to Zeus and talks to him. So I found it, I mean, of course, this could have a different origin, but the fact that then you also have dicere, no, to talk, and Nikolaev has done, So, but it's a point maybe that could be interesting for you because you just have gerueto and the subject is dike. So it's not something from object to subject.
No,
it's
really
nice.
Amazing is that such terms which are from different lexemes and behave separately in many respects, have amazing connections, matches, one can say, and say, dike in Greek is all. It's an abstract concept in plural. It could be a concrete realization of correctness, namely a sentence, and the sentence could be either right or a crook, And parallel to this, the Hittite form ara, which many people tries to separate, I think that's crazy. Ara is also used as a divinity, and dike is also a divinity in some context. In other words, the parallel stories of all the terms are curious. The only thing which are not fitting is the form. But in this case, we could say the most important is the beautiful spirit, even if the prosaistic form does not match.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I can ask a question to Paolo Aimone Marsan about the Etruscans. Studies on human DNA say that they don't look different from other people in ancient Italy, but apparently cows do look like immigrants. So that sounds to me as a good counter argument to the. So how did those cows arrive there if not because someone brought them there?
That's a good question. Of course, for the onset of the Etruscans, if you sequence Etruscan DNA, that is the ultimate proof. But there's this story by Herodotus that was telling that after many years of drought and so on, the Reti, I don't know the English name of the Retians, I think, divided, so the king of the Retian divided his people in two, gave half of the people to his son that was called Tyrrhenum, and Tyrrhenum brought everything he needed on the ship and then started going around the Mediterranean. At the end, he docked to Tuscany, basically, where they started the Etruscan civilization. Indeed, the Etruscans were quite innovative. So also in terms of agriculture, they brought the grape, the winemaking, the rotation of the different culture as a mean of maintaining the fertility of the soil, metallurgy, and was not by chance because you know, the Elba Island and the Tuscany, they are full of iron mines. There is a lot of metals there. And compared to the Villanovian, so the previous Italian people, they were very innovative also in terms of technology. They were extremely good in building jewels. So some crafting of jewels was possible only, I mean, the technique was lost for a very long time, and I think only in 1600 it was possible to rebuild the same jewels with the same ability, I would say. So, on the other side, indeed, when we published this paper, there was also some human data on mitochondrial DNA, and there are some. So the story is this: we did not produce human data, but we collaborate with the Torroni and Achilli from Pavia University that are of the same school of Cavalli Sforza. And they were sampling people not in big cities like Tuscany in general or Florence, where there was a lot of admixture, but they went to very old small villages. They were Etruscan villages like Casentino, Murlo, and they found some rare haplotypes and haplogroup, human haplogroups. They were very high in frequency there and in the Middle East. So we put together this story, and we thought that was a good story also because the best period for Etruscan is called the Oriental period, in which they had for sure a lot of connection between Italy, Central Italy and the Middle East. Of course, reconstructing history is very complex, and you know, Barbugiani in Ferrara recently sequenced some of these Etruscan tombs, you know, remains, and you know, applying statistics, he said that it is more likely they belong to the Italian Villanovian, they are closer to the Italian Villanovian than to the people from Middle East. But, you know, this is just a sample. Maybe going on and increasing the number of ancient DNA data, things may still change. What we see clearly is that there is a discontinuity in Italy about the diversity north, south, and central Italy. And the central Italy is really something related there. Probably Tirreno brought with the ship, they brought also some calves.
So
thank you.
The Etruscan cows, where do you say where are they coming from? How are they different? Sorry. The Etruscan cows.
They are different from European and from North Italian and Southern Italian breeds. Indeed, in Europe, Chianina in particular is a kind of an outlier.
Yeah.
It is an outlier.
But it's not related to the Indi cow or anything like that.
No, it is. No, well, there is some Indicus cow there. This is also another proof that it comes directly from the Middle East, because that crossing between Indicus and Taurus occurred after the Neolithization of Italy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they arrived later than the Neolithization and the onset of agriculture and cattle breeding.
Yeah.
So,
but there is this connection to the east in the Etruscan cow. There is some kind of connection, to the east.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes. And even if you only consider the haplogroup that is very frequent in Europe. So even with only that, that haplogroup is closer to Middle East, much closer to Middle East than to Europe. So there's a clear link there. But
very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I think we have one last question.
Yeah, actually, there are two short footnotes. The first relating to the issue you raised on the double status of the gods, following the colleagues from the audience comment on Matilda's talk. Great talk, Matilda. Yeah, so this double status may also correspond to changes in the representation of the world, so in the Weltanschauung. That's the case, for instance, of the Vedic gods that may become demoniac entities in a Western. So this important issue that you raise may be part of a broader scenario.
Thank you.
So this is a kind of systematic this follows a kind of systematic pattern in the Indo-Aryan world, but we can search for broader view of this. And the second is a comment on something related to Laura's talk, also very interesting. So raised by Professor Pe, I guess, relating to the relationship between the poet and the religious status. So it is true that in the Vedic world, the poet is also a priest, or supposed to be. Vice versa, in the Greek world, that is somehow different. Nonetheless, the poet in the Homeric world has a privileged and direct connection with gods, from whom he received, as usual, from whom he received the tracks of songs. So it's perfectly in line with what you were saying, I guess.
Yes, thank you. I didn't go, I chose to go through another path in this presentation, but you are absolutely right. I mean, of course, the poet has a special relationship with gods. We see it in the epics, with the muses, we see it, but we could also see somebody like Sappho, who talks to Aphrodite and has Aphrodite as her ally and has this relation one-to-one. Aphrodite talks to Sappho, the very famous passage of Greek literature, and Pindar, I mean, and not even begin, I mean, it's so wide, so you are absolutely right, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I guess it's time to end our discussion, but you can still continue it, in person or by email. But first of all, let's thank our speakers of today again. I call Enrico Pe to the mic.
So I don't want to keep you longer, just welcome. We had the welcome, now it is an arrivederci, and hopefully arrivederci soon, possibly in Italy and possibly in Pisa or in Tuscany. And have a nice trip back, and thank you very much, because I believe, I was talking to Eske, very stimulating, the symposium, many new inputs, and this is what is the purpose of doing a symposium like that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks to our speakers, thanks to the audience, thanks to everyone, but most of all, thanks to Enrico Pe for hosting us. Thank you.